Hey everybody. Enduring Hideo, yo, Wraithy, Nuffly. Yo is the one with the Swift Rages, which means he read my tweet. The streamers look very late. Yes, that is correct. So, for those of you watching this on a VOD later, I had a dental appointment. It is currently 9:30 a.m. Normally I would have started at something like 8:40. So yeah, it's a little bit late and we won't be making up the time tonight. Yeah, no, this was just a normal appointment endurance, so I'm not numb or anything. Hey, Token Guard. But hello, everybody. We are going to be starting. Adam is uploading Spotland right now. Then he'll change this command. Let's kick this process off. All I'm going to do is upload the version from yesterday. So this isn't going to be anything crazy. We'll do create all here. I'll start this. SSH into this overseer. This IP starts with 34. So it's possible that I need to modify my SSH config. But at least I realize that now. So note, I may have difficulty uploading the game given that this IP starts with 34. We shall see. But yeah, how's it going for you guys? Oh, I wanted to conduct a poll, actually, this one. Have to make up for the lost 50 minutes. Yeah. Very dense bullying going on right now. So clear IPs. It's hot there. How many degrees Kelvin is it? Okay. Oh, that's not hot. 273 is normal temperature. Your car told you it was 302. That would be way too hot. Huh. 84 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm surprised about this. Oh, I thought 263 was the subtraction. All right, never mind. Polishing some UI work done this afternoon. Unit testing, casual business day. All right, not too bad. Hey, ProSam. Okay, so we run this, and we know that this might not work. No, that one will definitely work. This one might not. Nope, it seems like it worked. Okay, cool. So yeah, upload botland, update today, and then get to work. In the meantime, I'm going to work on this straw poll. I wanted to ask about this in particular. I hardly use this feature, and I don't know how many people on Twitch want this feature here. So the thing that I'm going to be asking about is this channel feed, because I can just turn it off. So how do you feel about the channel feed on my channel? I didn't even know it was there. I read it occasionally. I always check it. I don't think it should be enabled. Okay, so something like this. Do you have an option to totally remove it, aka have only a channel description? I think so. I mean, I can press this button. I'm not totally sure what will happen when I press this. But just checked it 5 minutes ago. So I don't use it very frequently, and I don't know how many people want to find out their news from here as opposed to from Twitter. So I just kind of wanted to get an idea for what you guys think. No troll option? Yeah, no troll option for this one. When it's a simple yes or no poll, I don't mind, but for this, I don't want to dilute the poll. I've never seen it totally disabled. Sometimes I see it empty, but I've always wondered why people not using it don't remove it. Yeah, so this is what I'm leaning toward as well. I don't think it should be enabled. Adam's offline for some reason. Normally I read the title or Discord. Yeah, and what you're going to do is going to be slightly different from what other people do because you are on the Discord and you know about reading the title. But a lot of people are still confused no matter how many alerts I give or anything else. So there are a couple of things I could do. One is conditionally enable it. If I have some like crazy news or if later I want this feature on, then fine. The second thing is I could always add a new panel that says something like read this first. So all right, for now I'll just turn this off and we'll see what happens. Yeah, so it's just totally off. And now all you can read is this stuff. I think that makes things a little bit cleaner. Because, yeah, 5 people said it should stay, 5 people said it should go, and I think it should go. So that's 6 people who think it should go. Right, the game should be uploaded. Good. We just need to put a game server online. Set game server instances to 1. Okay, so there we go. Now we can close out of this and this. And probably this too, as soon as we check to see. Yeah, good. We're done. All right, so today, Adam is working on features around chips. Chips are what, well, yeah. What is headless VM compared to a normal start? A normal start would be like a graphical interface start. So the way that I'm using this computer, I have a window manager, I can move windows around. That would be a normal start, is you'll have windows, you actually log into the machine with the sign-in UI. Is working on chips, being able to buy them, relocate them easily, etc. Hey, Spurman. If you're not here, we can still advertise using Discord or modifying the channel title. Yeah, and the other thing is I can always re-enable that for a day or add in a new panel or something. So yeah, I think in general it's not providing a lot of value. So this is done. Hey James, how's it going? So yeah, this is where we left off yesterday. I'd just gotten it so that you could drag chips around the arena. There's a million things that aren't working. I really need to clean up the code. Hey Killer Kavivi. Adam, what if I have Linux instead of Windows? Won't I have Linux as that? You're right. And hey Tim, and if you have Mac, you'll have Macs. Maximum number of windows. So this is all we got working yesterday. There's also still a way to remove these, but you can't, as far as I know, drag. Oh yeah, you can. Okay. Well, I could have uploaded this version, although there's so little different that it's probably not worth it. Also, there's probably some stuff that's missing here. Oh yeah, like that. That looks totally wrong. That shouldn't be there. Should water contain high amounts of calcium and magnesium? Hey guys, I don't know. So this is one of the things I want to fix. Figure out why dragging a blueprint makes the bot so large. I don't know why that's happening. It never used to be that way. Right, if I go to play.bot.land and try that out, I'm pretty sure it's normal size. No, it was always large. Oh, well, that's great. So I don't need to do anything then. Well, eventually I should fix that, but it's not behavior that regressed. It was a good thing I tested this, because yeah, I forgot about this. We probably don't even need that. You kind of do. You want to know from here that you've started dragging it. But then once you get to the arena, you know you've started dragging it because of this. I don't know. Kind of questionable. But whatever, let's leave it the way it is for now. So this doesn't matter. So we'll clean up the code that we have. Why are we learning linear functions in 7th grade? Are you saying you should be past that, or you should be doing easier stuff? Make smaller functions out of everything possible. Yeah, this is how we'll start with everything. Easier stuff. So, I think when it comes to public school, math is very divided, and that there are some people who are going to be like 4 grades behind, and some people are going to be 10 years ahead. So I think that, I don't know, if you feel like you're falling behind, maybe try to get a tutor. Yeah, we removed so much stuff from here. This is such a good commit. I just need to clean it up, and then I'll be happier with it. This class is an extension of the arena used to render a semi-transparent entity so you know what will be placed to your cursor/finger. Yeah, all of this code, 340 lines, got removed essentially from the arena class, which is nice. I just never had done this. Hey, Pawn. So, Nuffly, I think you should spend some extra time trying to understand it. Math is like programming in that everything you learn should make sense. There's nothing that's really creative at first about it. I mean, you eventually start using some creativity and maybe solving problems, but in general, if they teach you something, it should fit in line with everything else you've learned so far. And what's nice about that is it means that there's no, well, never mind. I guess that's where I'll just stop talking about that. Okay, so these things look fine. This looks fine. Get entity at pixel coordinates owned by you. Get bot at or chip to drag. Yeah, well, this should be commented. A thin wrapper around get entity at pixel coordinates that only returns the entity if you own it. This is useful for click/drag for drag operations. Is it though? Is it really useful? What? Why wouldn't we just say get entity at pixel coordinates that has to fit into this? If we have it taken an index or name instead of possible entities. Because we need to check if it exists. Yeah, it's not that meaningful, I guess. Hey, Rai, still. The problem is that they're asking you to learn how to use some mathematical concepts without showing you how powerful they are. I don't think that's necessarily the problem. I think some people do need to know what the application is in order to know why they should learn something. Other people are just motivated to learn things. Hey, Zancro. I haven't seen you in the stream for a while, even though I saw you on Discord. How's it going? It's going well for me. I saw your good news. You got D2 running, which, by the way, time to advertise this. Yeah, so good job. And again, sorry if there was any pressure. Oh, this should return null if there's nothing here. Okay, so gets a bot or chip at the specified coordinates that is owned by you. Well, yeah, you wanted it fixed anyway, but I still feel bad. I should have toned it down a bit. Although I was kidding, but I don't know how much of that came across. But either way, I'm excited. I think Saturday's going to be fun. And no problem, Zankro. What have you been busy with, though? Hey, why not? Yeah, I think so. The issue though is that should they do this for every subject in school? Should they teach you why it's going to be applicable in your life? For example, when you're learning history, should they tell you here's why this will matter later in your life? Because I think what that does is if you say, "Oh, that reason doesn't apply to me," then don't you just stop trying to learn anyway? Like if I say, "Oh, hey, calculus is going to be useful because if you're trying to maximize the I don't know, you're trying to minimize how much money you'll spend on fencing for your garden. Then calculus can help you there. And that's true, it can. But what if you're like, yeah, I don't really care though. I'll just spend the extra money. And then there, now you don't want to learn calculus? Like, I feel like you can't totally address the motivations of students. Got exam soon? 14 in 1 month? Oh, that's crazy. Tim and Akai's, I'm not necessarily like arguing with you specifically. I'm just saying these are my thoughts. I'm just thinking aloud here. Says, oh, thanks, why not? Appreciate the bits. For instance, music schools start teaching sight reading to beginners instead of delving directly into playing songs. Yeah, I don't think. I think there's a lot that can be done to improve education. I think it's very difficult to apply it in practice because some of it is on a teacher by teacher basis and some of it is just some standards or testing standards or there are a lot of different pressures I feel in schools. It seems to affect me most for math. Yeah. Okay, looks good. This should pull information from the preview entity. What is this? This is tap handler. Yeah, tap handler, we need to fix that bug. Bug in tap handler that always assumes you're placing balls. I think so. There are a couple of things I think you guys should consider when talking about the education system. One is that it's almost like a game. Students are going to try to do whatever they can to get the highest grades and not necessarily learn. And there's very little you can do to accommodate everybody. So that's something you need to consider because a lot of the times, like a college, for example, you might change your entire schooling and let's say students end up learning as much as possible and they leave that school with Fs. They have failed everything according to whatever. I don't know. But let's say they learned everything and that's what your metric you were trying to optimize for. They won't get accepted to colleges now because a lot of colleges are only going to look at your GPA. So I think that's one thing to consider is that you can't accommodate everybody. And the other thing to consider is that there's more to the school than just teachers and students. I shouldn't really talk about this stuff. Because otherwise I'm going to keep rambling about this and I'll never get to the code. So this returns a pixie sprite. I've been trying to up my math game even though I've been out of school. Well, why did that get censored? What is this, Tim? I don't know. I don't know if you typed this, which doesn't make any sense, or if this is some funny way of saying a number of years, but I see 3 asterisks here. Huh. Oh, you censored it. Okay, yeah. Because I've seen this happen once before where someone typed something normal and it got censored. All right. Because 3 asterisks is exactly the number that Twitch uses. Hey, Digi. Aw. See, Tim, you have a helper in Zancro. That's very nice of you, by the way, Zancro. All right, we got a lot of code out of here. Feel pretty good about this. Cool. So then we just had to look through the rest of this code. It's preview entity handlers that's going to be the hardest. A lot of these are going to be very quick. So I guess let's go through the quick things first. Yeah, these are all pretty straightforward. Fetch chips, sure. This is just a placeholder for right now. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Well, Akaye's, I think that's a different problem that you mentioned. That even for teachers reciting the same content each year, I think, what are the alternatives? Like teaching different content each year and cycling around teachers, does that lower the specialization of each teacher? Or, yeah, I don't know what the alternatives are really. I think that's just part of almost any job. Is that, yeah, eventually you get used to the job and then, yeah, it's more boring. Hey, Naro. Whatever flavor you want them to be. Alright, this all makes a lot of sense. We're eventually going to get to the new mega file, and that's when things are going to break down and I'm going to have a lot more work. But as far as this stuff's concerned, this is pretty straightforward. Yeah, this is fine too. This is fine. In fact, what did we change about this? Why is this even... Oh, the inverted IDs. Okay, fine. Yeah, and I wasn't sure whether I'd need that. Turns out I did. Why is this here? That's fine. No, that's good. Alright, that's good. That's good. And then there's this. Entity preview handler. What is going on here? I don't understand. Preview entity handler. That's why I can't find the file. I'm typing the wrong thing. I think you should use the super file term instead of mega file. No, we'll see. We'll save super for the super bots and super chips that are coming up. I just haven't talked about those because no one ever seemed interested in chat. I mean, if there was some interest in super bots, maybe I would have coded them by now, but just nobody seems to care. Nobody. Not a single French person. Okay, these are all fine. This should be right here. So update filter. If the preview entity has a sprite, then call update for it. Okay. Don't you find JavaScript inconvenient for large-scale projects? Not really, no. For those of you who don't know what I was talking about earlier, superbots are something Hideo's been mentioning for a while that I've said. I don't think they really have a place in the game. So no, they're not going to happen. Renders crosshairs indicating where the preview entity will be placed / relocated. What is this? The tile X to potentially render a crosshair tile at. This is a little bit strange, I think. So if one of these is equal, then we're fine. So I guess we'll change this to if both are not equal, then just return. Hey, Sorty. Maybe a super bot could need other bots to charge it up for a certain amount of time. So when it comes to super bots, the thing is, I don't think they solve a problem in the game. That's my biggest reason for not wanting them. Is sure, we can come up with ideas, but what are these ideas doing? And I think what you could argue here is, well, they might make the game more fun. But it would probably be a lot of work to do something like this, and I don't know for sure that that actually would be more fun. Hey, J Bugsy. Better focus on super chips. I think it'd be tough to do something like this. I think that for me, the concept of super bots or super chips would be some feature. If you guys have played newer Mario games, a lot of the newer ones will do something like this. Let's say you're playing a level and you die. Okay, great. It just starts you over, just like every other Mario game. You die another couple times. Okay, now it starts you over with a mushroom or something like that. You die another couple times. Now it starts you over with a star or some like superpower, because at that point you probably are never going to beat that level without some help. So I wonder if something like that could happen in Botland, but I don't know how it would be exploited or whether you should have to pay for this or not, or I don't know what. So I'm just not going to do anything there. What about 2v2 matches? 2v2 matches will probably never happen. If you check out a free-for-all, I think would be interesting. But if you take a look at, where is this? Yeah, this. I think Botland should be real time. So this is why I don't think teams are helpful, because I don't think they do anything for you in Botland. If you could be every player on the team, then I don't think there's any reason to have a team. And in Botland, you could certainly have that be the case. Now, what I'd love to have eventually is a free-for-all kind of mode. I think that'd be really cool, where you all just put down maybe 2 bots, and maybe the arena keeps shrinking or something like that. I think it'd be a really neat mode, but that would take a lot of work. So far, these functions are fine. So we're about a quarter of the way through the file. Okay, here we go. So the preview entity is only when you can actually place bots, yeah. Then there's the render function. So this should never be called outside of here, right? Yeah, okay, looks pretty good. Yeah, Killer Kavivi, I think this is interesting in theory. I just don't know if it would work well in practice. Because okay, so there's a game that I was playing recently called Snipper Clips. And the way that Snipper Clips works is you can play with a friend and it's cooperative, and you each play kind of the same character, so you have the same abilities as the other person, and you have to work together to solve some puzzles. I will get back to this in just a second. How is the sushi? I didn't actually have sushi. And hey, Hupiyaku. And Mushmouth, thanks for subbing. I think you have to refresh the page and then actually trigger the notification, because this was just the first form of that. Also, if the bot says that you're not a subscriber, that's a known bug right now. Anyway, going back to that thing I was saying about Snipper Clips is, the way the Snipper Clips works, since you have the same abilities as your partner, what ends up happening is if you, yeah, the Nintendo Switch game. So I can show this on screen. What, adult content? Okay. Yeah, so let's show something like this. So yeah, the way the game works is you cut out pieces of your other Snipper Clip buddy here, and you have to form shapes, and you have to solve puzzles and whatever else. Well, what this ends up being a lot of the time, if you have someone who's experienced at video games and someone who's not experienced, is one person will just tell the other person what to do. And at that point, it's not really like you're a team. You're not really figuring things out together. You might as well just have one person controlling both controllers. And actually, you can do that. You can play single player such that you control both of them. And I feel like that's how Botland would be. You'd have one player who's like, oh, I've seen this strategy before. I know what to do. So yeah, just put this down. And no, not like that. Come on. No, come on, dude. Do this instead. And you just get frustrated. And then you'd want to play both accounts for yourself. So you would just do that. So I don't think it would work too much. I don't think it would work too well in practice for Botland at least. And the Mushmouth, I think, like I said, I think you need to refresh. Hey, me Panda. And hey, Glowing Soul. Yeah, it's a very fun game, definitely. But the actually working to just solve the puzzles gets a little frustrating. Were you describing like 2v2 in FIFA? Yeah. Oh, you did refresh? Huh. Weird I didn't give you that choice then. Anyway, the other thing is, Zankro asked this. Have you ever thought about having different maps besides a grid on your screen? I think I have another not frequently asked question about terrain. Yeah. This is not exactly what you asked, Zankro, but this is similar to it. So have I thought about having different terrain? Yes. Have I thought about having different maps? I think we could. But I don't know if it's that worthwhile yet. Playing as a team is just a disadvantage compared to a solo player. Well, so FIFA is different, presumably because it's real time. So if you have two players playing a real time game against two other players who are playing in real time, then as one player, there's probably no way you could ever accomplish the same thing. If you could, then yeah, I think that's a fault of the game. But in something like CSGO, I don't think there's anyone out there who's skilled enough to control two mice and two keyboards at once and do just as well as two separate players on two mice and two keyboards. Hey, Mr. Jin. The capture the transistor mode is almost not a joke. I have no at Botland, potentially interesting idea note. Yeah, I think there can be different win conditions. What I'd like to do is get all of those win conditions into the mode that we have now. So capture the transistor could be a different chip that you have where it spawns a random thing on the map and the attacker has to go get that, and that's how they win. So it changes the win condition. Okay, so what else do we have here? This is perhaps the most confusing function that we have. Is this and then update properties. So let's take a look. Where does this get called? What am I making today? I'm working on chips today. Yeah, this only gets called from here. Okay, so when we've determined that we need to update the sprite of the preview entity, e.g. because the underlying blueprint changed, or because you clicked a different blueprint or chip, then you should call this function. Okay. This can't be correct, right? What does remove component do? Remove component. Does it dispose the component? It does. Huh, okay. Was a keyword like that before? Yeah. Will there be some sort of socializing feature like a forum for sharing ideas? So the answer to this is yes, but I won't be making it. It'll basically be Reddit or any other forums that already exist out there, or some wiki, a site that someone feels like making. The reason why I'm not going to do a forum is because what can I do that's better than something like Reddit? Really, you got a site that's almost always online that I don't need to pay for, that's accepted for this kind of thing, so that fits perfectly. Other than that, social features that you might expect from a game like this, so like a friends list, clans / guilds, sharing replays, posting to social networks. Yeah, none of that's going to exist at launch. And these are things I want to keep an eye on, definitely. But I want to get as close to the design document that I have now as I can. I'm not saying these features are bad, but it's just more things that will delay the launch of the game. And right now we already have a pretty tight schedule. Hey, Numers. Would you eventually set up a REST API so developers can make third-party statistics apps and websites? Probably not, Naro. Not for a while, at least. Again, all of these, they're not bad ideas. It's just that I won't be doing these for launch. And since I'm not doing them for launch, I'm pretty much just pushing them away for right now. Maybe at some point I come back to them and I'm like, yeah, this is something the game definitely needs. But we won't know that until we've got some players. So the main goal is get to the point where the game is solid with some features, not all of them, and that we're doing kind of a good thing there. We're gaining a player base and everything. And build up from that. Hey, Void Dreamer. What about a sort of Exodia type win condition? Pick up things both players can. And if you have all pieces, you get a super bot. So token guard, anything that is like this, both players can do blank, means that the attacker will win this. Attacker will almost always win this because they can react to what the defenders are doing. In a real-time game, this wouldn't be the case. But in Botland, will it be on Google Play? Yeah, probably eventually. So imagine this. I make my defense ahead of time, and there's some Exodia type of win condition, right? Like resources randomly spawn and I have to get them. So I would need to space out my bots something like this, and by doing so, now the attacker would just go straight at my CPU and kill it. So this wouldn't really work in the whole attacker-defender setup that we have. Uh-oh. Can't read blueprint idea of undefined. Okay, so we got to make sure testing defense works. Do we have a chip? I wonder what this chip is set up to do. What if they weren't random, but you could defend them? At that point, it's not really an Exodia win condition, right? We're basically just describing Botland. Like, you have chips, you have a CPU. These are the win conditions for you as a defender, so you have to defend these. The attacker has to attack them. It's already Botland, I feel. Hey, OJ. So, okay, the other thing, I feel like I'm fine talking about ideas, but I feel like this keeps going down the same path usually, which is that people start suggesting all of the things that basically start with, wouldn't it be cool if, as opposed to, in order to solve problem X, we should do blank. So this is how I had tried to pursue things before. I feel like now we're at a point where the game has been designed and now people are suggesting something like this to say, oh, we could make it more fun if blank or if blank. But I don't think I can really fit in almost any of those ideas unless they're really, really small. So if you're like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you had a kind of lasers that shoots like this? It goes right and then it goes down and then it goes right and then it goes down. Something like that is like, oh yeah, that could be cool. And this kind of fits into the framework of Botland right now. So yeah, maybe we should consider something like that. But when it's something like, hey, yeah, I think you should come up with different game modes and different map styles and different everything else, it could take a lot longer and we don't necessarily know there's a problem yet. What do I use to have my website online? I'm hosting everything on AWS, except for bot.land itself, which is on a shared host. This is just a static web page, so it's not like it's a crazy ton of bandwidth or something. J Foxy. You have a list of problems that we can target. So here's how I look at things, Zancro. I think that if you look at this, here are the goals that I have for the game. So this is for beta. I'm not in beta yet. So we are about 3 months away from this. The goals are to get more players into the game and figure out what issues they have. So for right now, the only problem is we're not in beta. That's how I look at things. If you want to take a look at the whole design of the game, you can check out that design document here. If you think you found a problem with this, like, hey, I looked at the incentive for being a defender and I don't think it's a good enough incentive, then yeah, you should talk to me about that. But as for right now, I think that I am trying to pursue the entirety of this design document. We are very close to done. We have about another month worth of work, and then a whole lot of polishing and fixing everything up. At that point, the design will be done. We just need to populate some more content and, well, fix bugs and everything. So there are two different ways we want to do this. One is if there's a chip. Update spray for preview entity with blueprint. Yeah, we could just do this here. A specific version of update spray for preview entity when the preview entity has a blueprint component. And I guess the same thing for when it's a chip. Chip, we delete all of these things, we put this down here, we tab this back, and we delete these lines too. Okay, cool. So I think this now looks a lot better. We say remove the existing sprite and then update it either for a blueprint or for a chip. And that's pretty straightforward. We get the blueprint component. We modify whatever we need to modify here. I think this looks good. Same thing here, new sprite. Yeah, cool. When a blueprint is updated, since we potentially have to update the preview entity. Cool. Apply blueprint ID mappings. Yeah, so when getting back the real IDs of blueprints from the server, you may need to update the preview entity. This is just an object. Mr. Shit. There's nothing stopping you from being this way too. I think a lot of it is just go through key bindings and whatever editor you're in. If it's in Sublime, you can just click exactly what I did and just look through some of these things. So for example, you see something like this, Control-Shift-V, and you're like, paste an indent. What? How does that work? So now you try it out. You're like, oh, okay, let's try this. I'm going to copy this into here. And I just hit regular paste. And you can see it pasted it in with two sets of tabs. What if I hit Control-Shift-V? Well, it does the same thing there. But if I had tabbed into here, you can see this is Control-V here. And this is Control-Shift-V. And just by testing this out, I didn't look up any documentation. I just tested some different indentations and hit Control-Shift-V or then Control-V. And you can see this butchered the indentation because it tabbed in twice and then tabbed in everything else twice too. So, yeah, now you know about this. And now when you're pasting stuff around, maybe you use it. And I actually do use that. So that's something that I probably did in the past. Just look that up. Okay, so this I think is the craziest function in this file. We're going to have to just fix this up, and then I think we're pretty good. We'll use Atom. But Atom is the same way, right? There's some listing of keyboard shortcuts somewhere. What does your main function look like? The main function is this. It is just make a new main. And then main is a constructor that sets up everything that needs to be set up. So there's actually a decent amount of things that are done here. We make REST clients, we set up Blockly, we set up all of the different classes we're going to need. We fetch things, we just get the game to the point where it's loaded, and then we're good. Then we just wait for the UI stuff to happen. So splitting up this function, first of all, how many lines is it right now? It is 123. So yeah, let's work on this. So there's this that can, I think, just be safely moved into its own function. And that alone is... Oh, I can't tell how many lines. There it is, 40 lines. Hey, EJ. You're right, EJ. Oh, man. All right, how much money can I license the word food for? Jeez, I reported myself, too. All right, so let's think about this. We have the blueprint ID or the chip ID up here, which could have been changed. And then what we need to do is set up the right components for the preview entity based on whether one of these exists. Hey, Dano. How big of a disaster would it be if all comments in your code base would be erased? It would be a non-issue because I'd have all of these things saved in the history of these files. But let's say somehow that it was deleted from the history and it was deleted from all these files. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It would probably lead to some investigations taking twice as long. So that's about it. How was the dentist? It was fine. It was a normal checkup. Unfortunately, so here's what happens when I have these dental appointments though. So the appointment was at 8 a.m. and for reference, this is the current time. Well, the problem is I normally wake up at 7:40. So today I woke up at 7. Actually, I woke up at 6:30 because I couldn't sleep for some reason. Losing that extra hour of sleep, I think really does have an impact on me. I run a tight ship here and I'm feeling more tired than normal. How do you just get the time so fast? So that you should... Well, actually, I guess you shouldn't do anything. I'll just show you how I did it. So there's an insert timestamp snippet that I have here. Just copy paste this into your user plugins and then make a key binding for it. This is my key binding. So I happen to make it so I type now and then Control I, which is a super weird shortcut. Most people, maybe you just want something like now time and hit space and it types it. You could have it do that too. And that's the great thing about these key bindings. They're really pretty powerful. I could actually set that up here. I could say now T-I-M-E. And it would do that same thing. So now we just type now time. And if you type it and hit space, backspace, E, it won't do it because it's not finding the word. It's checking for those exact N-O-W-T-I-M-E. I'm going to delete that because I don't want that. Okay. So how do I want to split this up? I could have just a function call here and then a function call here. I think that's possibly good. The thing is, we don't know. Let me think about this. Maybe we should make a new preview entity every time if we're going to update the sprite. Because if we're not going to update the sprite, then that means that this didn't change, and then we wouldn't need to make a new entity at all. EJ. And yeah, you guys should have shortcuts for some of these things too. Maybe not everything. You have to remember that you've got them, otherwise it's pretty hard to make use of them. Because some things I don't write a shortcut for. Like this, I use this a lot. Permute lines unique. Like let's say I wanted to find in this file, what are all the this parameters that I'm using? So I search for this, then I hit Alt F3 and I find all of them. And then I hit Alt E to go to this menu and go to unique. And there, that is all of the different this parameters that I'm using, just these. And that was a pretty easy way to find that. But I don't find myself doing this enough to make a shortcut for it. So I just use it from the menu every time. So all we're getting here, if pull details from UI is true, what we're doing is we're getting either the blueprint or the chip and then passing everything else. Because whenever this is set to true, which I think is only 2 places, no, it's more than 2 places. But whenever it's set to true, I think it's only ever specified on its own. Yep. Yeah. Didn't you know that feature existed? There are a lot of nice things there too. Because sometimes you just want, let's say you had a list of names, Adam, Bob, Carol, David, and you're like, hey, I want to pick a random one of these. You can say shuffle here and then just pick the first one that shows up. There, David, done. So yeah, some of these are helpful for things you might not even expect to do in Sublime. Okay, what is this for? Pull details from. I wonder if this should be its own function. Really, all this does is get a blueprint ID or a chip ID. What else do we have here? This is if this already exists. Even if the blueprints. This is only for bots? And why would we do this? Shouldn't updated blueprint do this? Yeah, I don't think this should be necessary. You can make a form and it's simply making an image downloader from the internet. How are you going to do it in JS when coding in Atom? So I'm not sure I totally understand this question. You can make a form and it's simply making an image downloader from the internet. Yeah, I don't understand the first part. But how are you going to do it in JavaScript when coding in Atom? I mean, you could look at all these different things that are online for that behavior. I'm probably not understanding this. In general, whatever you find yourself doing in one language is going to be possible in another language. Do people not know what bookmarks are anymore? Wait, so Lil Mean Panda, you're saying you want something like my homepage that I have here? I actually wrote a program for this. I wonder if I still have it. I probably do. I could probably just send it to you. Let me check this out. Let me see if I have it. It's really silly. Alright, let me open this up over here. Did it run? No, it didn't run. Wait. I want to see if this works. What about this one? No, that didn't run either. I don't know why it's failing though. Huh. Let's take a look over here. The specified module could not be found. Oh well, whatever. You can create like a form on Visual Studio and add buttons and make a text box. Oh yeah, so there's no form builder in Atom probably, unless someone made a plugin for that. But you would just write your own UI using HTML. Three of them were empty. Spiritman, you should demand a refund. Anyway, Lil Mean Panda, you can just use bookmarks. In Chrome, if you hit Control-Shift-B, you'll get the bookmark tab, and you can just go to other bookmarks and find whatever you want. And add things to there. Or just write your own simple HTML page. Schemats by Stream Snack. Do you actually watch Hearthstone, Spurman? I'm going to split this up in the next commit. So Limiting Panda, as far as setting this up, if I just go to something like JS Fiddle, what I did here is incredibly simple. Wait, JS Fiddle doesn't require a login. Yeah, so you could just do something like this: ahref equals google.com, Google, and then copy this to something else, and bing, there, and that's all you need to do. Here are your clickable links. Of course, they both go to Google because I didn't change this, but there, you just make that your homepage and you're done. And that way, it's even editable from right here too. You can make them be images instead of links, but it's generally pretty simple to do all that. Hey Ross, and no, I didn't hear about the new GitHub client. Is Skamaz a Hearthstone related meme? Yeah, so this comes from a streamer, a Maz HS or a Maz, and Skamaz is what people would call it when he got really lucky in the game, or when someone got ripped off, and then it just became a thing. New design. I don't know the old design though, but I don't use this. It looks nice though. Oh, it was from viewbotting? I thought it just had to do with RNG. And Foss, thanks for following. Yeah, I'm going to check this in and then we'll fix the rest of this in a different commit. Oh, alright, never mind. I used to watch Amaz more than I do now. I feel like he took on a stream persona that I don't enjoy. He's an entertaining enough player on his own merits, but then this persona is not as likable for me. Okay, so the majority of what we did is refactor, preview entity code. One, this used to exist solely in the client arena, where it added several hundred lines of code. I moved it to its own file, preview entity handler.js. Resident meme master here. The other thing is, started to get placing / dragging chips to be more similar to how bots are placed and dragged. This is still super buggy in some of the code in preview entity. Not some of the code, just this function. Update properties, this. There. But yeah, in general is what we did. Hey, Ramy. Something to do with the Pinnacle tournament? Huh. Yeah. So I guess I didn't follow the origins correctly. I knew it had to do with a mods. Where I guess at least that's a leg up on Spur, man. That's 3 hands. Hey, Max. Ramy, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 hands. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I see. The hey guys thing. How does she clap? Okay, so we still have to clean up this last thing. I just want to clean this one function up. So changing this is not necessary. We're getting all these things from params anyway. It's not like they could have been modified before this. So we should just put these here. Anywhere else that we use params in this function? Yeah, so this should be changed. Blueprint ID equals blueprint ID. We can't say that. We can say selected blueprint ID. Have you tried the sculpt / surface? I think I've used the sculpt briefly, but I don't know if I've tried it for extended periods of time, so I don't know how I would like it. But I liked it for a short amount of time at least. Rebecca Black and Rec Clap. Existing entity. We would pull this information from there. So it's either that or pull details from UI. Wait, do you watch this stuff, EJ? I didn't know you watch Hearthstone. I know you watch Recful, but I thought you just liked Recful, not Hearthstone. Huh. So here's one way. I'm just going to start changing this. We'll see if I like it better or not. We'll do this. If not is nil existing entity. Man, I hope I never show up on that subreddit. So pull update params with details from existing entity. And I guess we put in the existing entity. So it's something like this. This is kind of a weird way to do things. We should probably just get a blueprint ID and a chip ID back. We could change this to get details from existing entity and get rid of this. And then in this section, where did I take that from? Yeah. There we go. And I'm entertained. Huh, I haven't heard of those other people, sure, man. I'll have to write them down. Tried turning on my PC, it didn't start, so I thought, alright, just reset the power. Probably do it. Huh. Also, Rami, that's a super long message. I didn't think people could type long messages like this. I thought they just got caught by Twitch. It's 500 characters. I wonder if you had typed one more character, if that would have not gone through. Okay, I'm going to try it. No, you can't. It won't even let me type the 500 first character. Huh. Yeah, he's a mod, but I didn't know. Yeah, 500 is the limit. All right. Wow. Oh, I see. I didn't actually finish. All right, never mind. Okay. So it pulled details from UI. Also, apparently this syntax doesn't work. I was hoping it would. All right, well, that kind of sucks. Because I guess that means I need a let here, but that's already going to be used by this one. Yeah, so now these variable names are going to be used. Why doesn't this syntax work? I wonder if it works in the Babel REPL. Let's try it. I don't have high hopes here. let foo equals 5, foo equals bar, function bar. Aw, it doesn't work. We'd have to say something like let foo2 equal bar. Man. Fine. Well, it's not the worst thing. I guess I just do it this way, and then it ends up being more lines of code. Override. Hey, Blueberry King. Yep, simulated idiot. That's how I'd describe myself. So let blueprint ID equals null and chip ID equals null, and then return both of them. Nice, Steve. Thanks. Oh, what? You can... What? Seriously? Does that work? Whoa, what's going on here? Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Oh, sweet, MTS Mox. Why does this work? Huh. Thanks for pointing that out, though. Because, yeah, it definitely simplifies this. Although, for all I know, this is going to be a linter error now. Does it? No, it works. Okay, cool. Oh, nice. Okay, now I've never used this syntax before, so I'm not sure how I want to tab this in. But this looks fine enough for now. Okay, so pull details from UI. This is going to be the same kind of thing in that we want to override the blueprint or the chip ID. So I guess we do that. Oh, wait. No, we can't do this. This is only if the existing entity actually exists. If not is nil existing entity, then pull them from there. Yeah. So if the existing entity was specified, if an existing entity was specified, pull details from there. If pull details from UI was specified, then pull details from that. So we'll do things that way. Get preview entity details. I feel like it should be called that. And then we should make this other one from Redux. Yeah. They have a function declared like this. Any reason to do it like that? No, I don't think so. So when you define a function, let me just show you this in Node. A equals function. This is an anonymous function that you've assigned to a variable. This is a named function that you've assigned to a variable. It doesn't really matter whether you give it a name or not. What matters is that it's accessible. In fact, I don't know where this makes a difference. Oh, only if you run toString on it. You'll be able to see the original definition of it. It could be helpful sometimes, I guess. If you were doing something like this, sum equals, or something like operation equals function sum, x, y, return x plus y. Maybe then you'd want to know, oh, operation is the sum function. So when I call it with 4 and 5, it should be 9. Maybe something like that. But in general, no, it's not. You don't need to do it. Okay, so then all of this would go here, but if nothing's specified, then we need to destroy and return. Yeah, because you might not have... So now all of this goes into another function completely. Get preview from Redux. And what do we pass in? Nothing. Hey, Cringe. Thanks for following. Okay, so we want to do the same thing here. Blueprint ID, chip ID, return the two of those, also destroy entity, let destroy entity equals false. But we sometimes want to, and that's where we would do this. What's the difference between let and var? I put this somewhere. Yeah. So we have something here for blueprint ID. We don't have anything for chip. Also, I have this thing written here. Despite that we have an isReplaying property, this function can be called as a result of UI changes. So we need to check the UI property to see if we're replaying instead of the arena property. Yeah. This is... What's the difference between function and class? Nothing. Not in JavaScript. It's just syntactic sugar. But I know you're not seriously asking, Spurman, because we've talked about this before. And var, isn't it block scoped as well? No, it's not block scoped. Also, var is it's function hoisted, and lets are not. Yeah, you could click the link, add a link to you. That would probably help enough. There's another link in there, and this talks about everything. And it should... Yeah, it doesn't specifically mention hoisting in the blog post, just the comments. Okay, so if at this point... Well, this should look a little bit better. Why is this highlighted red? It's not defined. Oh yeah, that's true. So we need to just define it here, I suppose. Alright, so we'll just say false. Yeah. Okay, next. This is set to force update sprite. What is the point of this? Shouldn't this just be a let? And then this should be set to true, and then this shouldn't be used at all? Yes. So the preview entity doesn't even exist at this point. We delete it. I think what we can do is change this logic. So if update sprite is false, what do we do? Update the position of the sprite? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. What would be the simplest possible? Okay, also interesting. Because I'm thinking this whole thing about removing components, we should not have to worry about this. What we should be able to do is just make a brand new preview entity. We don't even need color pair. I don't know why that's there. Speedrun Botland. By the way, Botland is online. Anyone new to the stream who wants to check it out, totally can. I don't think anyone's actually playing today, really. Yeah. No one's played any games in an hour and 10 minutes. Feels bad, man. I'll go play one game. Then we'll get back to the code I was working on. We will attack another player. Liquidor. I don't like playing as Liquidor's defense. Oh, except that now that he has these things, I think I beat his defense with this. Yeah, so we should put this here, and then the rest we just try to ignite as much as possible. Let's hit commence. Oh, that did not function the way I expected. But that's okay, he doesn't have repair. And they can't all shield, right? Yeah, so now we start over here. Yeah, Liquidor hasn't been here in a while. I don't know what's up. He's probably busy. Oh no, Zapper's gonna get disabled. Uh-oh. Oh, there it goes. It re-enabled itself. All of my bots stopped moving now. There. I just had to hope that his take a little bit more fire damage. Okay, they did. It's not bad. I'm just probably not going to win this now. Oh, wait, maybe I will. He only has one bot left. It's gonna happen. Alright, nice. We did it. I beat Liquidor. I had 2 bots left. This is just the replay of me beating Liquidor. And here it is again at 32 times speed. Nice. Uh-oh, when did this stop working? Oh, something weird happened there. Yeah, there's still a lot of stuff to fix. Alright, let's get back to this. So yeah, what I'd like to do is remake the preview entity completely if we need to update its sprite. I gotta think of how I'm gonna do this. So we make sure it exists if it didn't exist already. And then if update is gonna be set to true, we shouldn't have to do this part. So if that exists, no. This is gonna be tough. Okay, here's what we could do. Make preview entity. Preview assemblage. We could have this take in a blueprint ID or a chip ID, and if that exists, we add that. Yeah, that would make the most sense, I think. And this is the only place this is called right now? Yes. So then technically this is never needed. Color pair, player ID, and a physics component. Alright. So let me think of how I could change this. If there's a blueprint ID, we could just call... No. First we need to... Darn it. Alright, let's just copy this into a new file. So here's what I can do. Get rid of this. Does it have a blueprint on it? So this we don't need to do a second time. We just say if the blueprint changed, then update sprite equals true. And we create it with the blueprint ID, I guess. Yeah. And then we do the same thing with the chip here. So we don't worry about this. We do this. Let's do chip ID. We get rid of this. We don't even need this. Yeah, we could just do it this way. If and then the same thing here. And this is not equal to the current one. Then we do this. And then what we say is if update sprite is true as a result of these functions, then we make the preview entity again. Yeah. All right. Reconstruct preview entity if changed. So parens. We can't exactly do this. Well, maybe we can. No, this won't work. We have to just pass in blueprint ID and chip ID. This seems silly. And then when we make the preview entity, we just pass those in too. Oh man. Nuffly, I think you're bothering people in chat. Yeah, you really should click these links. And you'd have your answer almost immediately. The answer is yes. Actually, wait a second. I'm not positive about that. We talked about this last time. I think this happens because of dock blocker, but this part is because of dock blocker. The part that doesn't happen because of dock blocker is this, where you can have it adjust to the ruler. That's built into Sublime apparently. So if reconstruct is true, then we also pass in blueprint ID and chip ID. Hey, Voice of Grog, how you doing? However, I don't know if this is right. We should pass in the blueprint ID and this chip ID here too. Reinstalled Windows, so I lost everything because you haven't showed that in the examples thingy. What? What does examples thingy mean? Did I ever play Counter-Strike? I don't think I've ever played. I also don't think I'd be very good at it. And I'm not a big fan of FESs. I like them well enough. They're okay, but yeah, it's never been something I wanted to get like great at. I actually just uninstalled TF2 the other day because I thought, when am I ever going to play this again? And if I do, I'll just download it again. So if we did reconstruct this, then we definitely need to update the sprite. Reconstructed entity equals this. need a spray at that point. Also, rip Adam's defense. You beat me. Let's find out how. Artillery and cloaking. So yeah, you kill my chips in the first phase. Whoa, what just happened? Oh, you switched to reflect bots. Oh man. Yeah, you destroyed me. Wow. Impressive antimatter tape. Yeah, cloaking to get close. Then reflect. Level 2 is apparently all you really need. Wow. And you happen to burn my melee bot down to nothing. And then this one tried to kill you and your melee killed it. That's pretty clever, antimatter tape. I will hand that to you. You perfectly countered my defense. Yeah, so Nuffly, this is the kind of thing that I think I do in that video that you see in the blog post. At least I think it's there. There's the video at the bottom. I don't know if you've seen this video, but where is it? Yeah, I use Dock Blocker for this, and I mentioned that it is Dock Blocker in there. Okay, so here's the set of functions we have now. So we would paste this. Well, this better work. Also, blueprint ID and chip ID doesn't even exist. Oh, I forgot a comma. That's why. And make preview entity now only needs to do these things. So if not is nil parens.blueprint ID, then make a blueprint. Otherwise, if chip ID, then make is chip component. Okay, there we go. Okay, we don't even use these. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah. And then my player doesn't exist. My player only existed here. We could just get it again. So force update is used. I don't know why this is red. Oh, now it's fixed. Okay. Nice. So this function used to be 123 lines. It is now down to 70. So we got rid of a lot of it. I wonder how we can get rid of even more. Oh, I see antimatter tape. Yeah, I don't end up looking through my clips, but that probably means that I have tons and tons of them. I don't think it's going to be very helpful to ever look through these, right? ProSam breaks Adam13531, clipped by ProSam, 14 plays. All right, I'll have to watch this later. I'm pretty sure this has to do with, it says 22 hours ago. I remember what this was. This is when ProSam was talking about the keeping your system up to date. Yeah, the rest of these. So how many of these are actually clipped by you? Oh, none of the ones here. Why would someone clip my BRB lunch screen? What is this? Maybe their name is falling from this, and that's why they clipped it. Otherwise, yeah, weird. Is there a way to figure out how many clips you have? No, they don't load until you've scrolled down. There's probably a ton of them though with 1 or 2 plays. Yeah. This just keeps going. This is a very surreal thing that people take clips of me throughout the day and they're just saved forever. Anyone can go back and watch them. Okay, so what else would I want to do here? If we just made it, we're going to have to update it. Anytime we make it, we're going to have to update it. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is simple, probably as simple as I'm going to get it. We either populate DSS from the UI or from the existing one. Then if an entity didn't exist, create it. But we're gonna end up recreating it later. So that we don't have to remove irrelevant components and add relevant ones. We reconstruct the preview entity altogether so that we don't have to remove components. Yeah, I think there's a certain number of clips that happen just by accident. There's a certain number where it only ever applies to one person, and then there's a couple, they're very rare, that have actual appeal to them. Like this clip. So for example, if the preview entity used to be a chip, or used to be a bot, and now we want it to be a chip, then we have to remove the cosmetics component from it. Rather than remember that and have to keep the code up to date, we just destroy the old entity altogether. Well, these things probably should be true if we reconstructed the entity. Now there's one problem, which is that the preview entity needs to be destroyed first. Destroy preview entity. Yeah, let's replay all of my mistakes. No, I think those are funny. I think they're good to have. They're silly things that happen. They didn't cause a whole lot of harm. Wait, what's this one? Botland alpha reset. Oh, I remember this. I don't know if this has a lot of context in it, but this is when I deleted the Git repository. Good times. So the sprite doesn't exist, then we definitely ran into a problem here. I don't think this should be possible. Okay, let's try it out. We should have the same code that we had before, in that I didn't fix any bugs, I just refactored a bit. So we should be able to drag chips around. No, we can't. Okay, why? I mean, the dragging part worked. It's the crosshair part that didn't work. It's not working for anything now. And neither is the preview entity. Oh, great. Yeah, that's too bad. Let's put a breakpoint in that function. Cool. So we should be pulling this from an existing entity. Yes. Great. So what do we end up getting? We should get a blueprint ID. Yeah, we have one. 7. Perfect. This is not nil. We should end up reconstructing this. Blueprint component is undefined because the preview entity didn't have one. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I see. Yeah, okay. So if is nil blueprint component. So if it didn't have the component or if any of this other stuff is true. What's the best way to write this? Maybe like this. No, just one if statement. I'll just do it this way. It's fine. No, that was actually pretty simple. That's what I eventually, or what I had there originally. All right, let's try that out now. Also, these can be made constant. Yeah. Let's try it. Nice. Yeah, nice. So if we had 2 different bots, we'd be able to swap locations of them by dragging. Let's try that out. So we drag from here to here, and it swaps them. Perfect. The same should eventually happen with chips. I should probably write that down. Make sure swapping chips works. Okay, cool. We are doing it. It's working finally. We're going to make some more progress. But yeah, today is going to be more along these lines where it's just very code heavy and there's not a ton that looks like it's changing. So only create components that are going to be used. A preview entity is either a bot or a chip at the time of writing, but not both. Great. So if setup, what is it? Set properties of preview entity is called with existing entity, then it means that the preview entity should reflect that existing entity. This function will either pull a blueprint or a chip out of that entity so that we can set up the sprite correctly. The commit style? Yeah, I got that. I think this is what you're talking about, right, Digi? The updated details. The state of what was clicked in the UI. Welcome back. Cool, so lots changed. I think this makes it a little bit neater. The function has been split into several functions now. Also, constructing the preview entity no longer involves removing specific components. We just reconstruct the whole thing. And again, token guard. So we're finally done with that. Let's move on to whatever else is broken, which is probably a lot. So this is done. Press handler is probably done. Yeah, it's got to be done. Update sprite for preview entity to work with existing components. Yep. They should just figure out the chip. Yeah. Make chips selectable. Oh, man. Okay, well, I never did this. We have some of the foundation of this code. When you click a bot, it's selected. It's very obviously selected. But when you click a chip, there's no selecting it. So I got to do that. I wonder how this works for blueprints. We probably reducer workbench selected bay ID. Yeah, here it is. But we don't have this concept of selected chip ID. Do we even have those details somewhere? We must. I don't know. What are my different reducers here? Is there anything to do with defense? In-game, maybe? Could be it. Is there anything about chips in here? I don't know. I don't know where this information comes from. It has to be in Redux. Well, it actually doesn't have to be. No, it doesn't have to be. No, chat's just quiet. I think chat's relatively quiet today, and also, I've been mentioning this the last couple of weeks, but view counts have just generally been down. So I don't think there's an influx of new people. I don't know what's going on. Also, I'm going to be starting up an ad campaign soon. Maybe I should target the Twitch stream. Not sure. Hey, anyways. I've been asking multiple people this because I'm really curious. When you have to code something you never coded, how do you go about learning? When I have to code something I've never coded, do you mean interface with code that I've never used before? Or do you mean I'm given a task like write Tetris and I've just never written Tetris before? Because they're different answers for those. As in from scratch. So like the second one, like you're told to make Tetris and you've never made Tetris. So the first thing I'd probably do is market research. It's not market research because you're not necessarily looking at the market, but it's basically, it's don't reinvent the wheel. So go figure out how other people would have done this and generate some ideas for how you can do it the best. And sometimes you might even come to the conclusion that you don't need to do it at all. So for example, let's say I need an XML parser. I'm probably not even going to write it myself. I'm probably going to do this exact process. I'm going to look at XML and I'm going to find something like any of these. XML parser, there we go. Now let's say I did have to make this myself. I might look at their code and see how did they do it. So I'll go in and I'll just look at their code and I'll get some ideas for what happened here. So I think that's the first thing I would do is figure out if I even need to do the work. And then the second thing is if I do, I'd figure out some ideas from that. And then after that, it's no different from any other coding task. I'd write some design if I need to. I'd plan out my tasks and I'd just do the tasks. So I don't know if that's the answer you're looking for, but I think that's how I'd approach it. So blueprint selector, defense structure, this. We pull all of this from chip data. So we have an ID. We don't know what's selected though, and a defense structure would need to know that it's selected. So add a property to the in-game reducer for which chip is selected. Then pass into defense structure when it is selected, and style the structure differently when selected. So these three properties. Then what else do we have to do? Modify the preview entity when it's selected. I guess that's this. Okay, cool. So I'll be right back. Going to the dentist. Threw off my morning. So I'll be right back. Hey, not Loki. Hey, blind one. Well, I was only gone for a minute and a half, so there was a slim chance of that happening, but it wasn't like when I go for lunch, which, by the way, will probably happen at the normal time today. So maybe about an hour from now, I'll go get lunch. I know I started late, but that doesn't mean I don't need food. So add in a property to in-game reducer for which chip is selected. We have information about this kind of, but not really. The structure that you're looking at. Yeah, man. Maybe this would be in the workbench then. It's not really the workbench though. Okay, so we'll say this. Selected chip ID, null. Back to atom troll level. Yup. Set selected chip ID. We better not have this in the code already. Yeah, we don't. Hey, I missed it. Yeah, I know. Viewbot. Cool. So let's do this. This is selected chip ID though. So that's done. Next, pass into defense structure when it's selected. So this is from blueprint selector. We'll just say is selected equals this dot props dot in game state. We don't even have this. We don't even have it. All right. In game, the container calls into blueprint selector, and I guess we need to know which one's selected now. So we do this, and we say this dot props dot in game state dot that. And then in the blueprint selector, now that we know which one's selected, when we call in the defense structure, we tell it that it's selected because this dot props dot selected chip ID equals chip data dot ID. So that part's done. Next is to style it differently. So defense structure, we'll go do this. We'll just put a style here. Style equals this if this dot props dot is selected, which needs to be included here. Then we say style.background color, background color equals plum. Then we put the style somewhere. I don't really care where. So let's put it here. Hey, Syntonic. Prepare to be watched more often? Oh, cool. How'd you work that out? So when we click one of these, you can see it turned plum right there. It's just a very subtle shade of plum called white. All right. Well, we see undefined there. I don't know what that is. Defense structure icon first row. What is this? Defense structure button. This doesn't exist. Nope. No, it does not. So I guess we just delete this because I don't know what this is supposed to refer to. Hey, Capillara. Where is the style going? Did I even... Oh, nothing selects... Oh, whoops. Whoops. Clicking a defense structure should select it. I've convinced them being at home would allow you to put in 20 hours a week. Is that true, Syntonic? Or like you're not taking on the same amount of work for cheaper, essentially, right? You're taking on less work for the same cost. I hope that's what's happening. Also, how excited are you on a scale of 1 to 10 about D2? Because I'm like an 8 or 9 for that. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. I was actually playing yesterday online with random people, and we were in a game of 8 people, and it was very chaotic because I didn't really care about the people, and so we were all just kind of scattering around doing our own thing in the catacombs. So clicking a defense structure should select it, and right now all we have is a drag property on this, so I guess the entire thing needs an unclick. The work slowed down considerably. It was a waste of time for me to be in the office waiting around. Oh, cool. Okay. And no, Capillara, I never started watching Silicon Valley past the first episode. I'm at excitement level 9. Okay. So, Syntonic, really almost nothing has changed in the last, like, 4 years or 5 years. Things have changed since 2003 and 2004. A decent enough time. And why? Why is because, so I started watching the first episode and I felt like it wasn't satirical enough to be funny and it wasn't outlandish enough to be different from how my other jobs were. So it just felt like I was watching a normal day at work. What level did you get to when you played? I want to know how to skill my points or if I should bank them into level 30. So wait, Syntonic, you know about synergies, right? This is one of the only new things in the game in the last, like, 12 years. Wow, this is a stupid graph. Let me show you Diablo 2. Let me see if I can show you any of these pictures. Apparently no one hovers over their skills in these pictures. Come on, seriously. Here we go. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, this was super frustrating, right, Syntonic? You would try to play the game before, and what would happen is you'd have to wait until level 30 to put in most of your skill points. So what they did instead, they added in one of the old patches, something like this. So by putting points into Frost Nova, you will get a benefit to some other skills, and by putting points into Blizzard or Frozen Orb, you get a benefit to Frost Nova. So, and Capillar, I don't know, it might have. And thanks for the follow, you safe. So, Syntonic, this doesn't work for skills granted from items. So, for example, this is granted by an item. So, whatever synergies you get from that are not going to count. But what's really nice about this is it lets you just start putting points into stuff from level 1. There's also 2 other things that they did, I feel, that are pretty important. One is they added a bunch of rune words, and two is they added in respecializations. So once per difficulty, you can respec all of your points. So you go back to having just a whole bunch of points free, and you can put your stats back in, and you can put your skill points back in. So if at level 1 you want to start putting points in energy, but you know at level 99 you're not going to want that, then just change them. But you can only do it 3 times per character. At least I think. I don't think they added in another way to do that. So yeah, those are some great changes, because otherwise, right, it was frustrating, right? You want to play a sorceress and you want Frozen Orb, so you got to wait till level 30. Good luck getting to level 30. Hey, Blogdron. So yeah, Syntonic, you should probably check it out just to see what the synergies are. I don't think you really need to plan too much. We're just going to have fun, and I don't think you can really like screw up the build so badly, and even if you do, you can respec in normal. So on click for this, we should probably just say on select. I don't think there's a deselect. It's our props dot on select, something like that. So do we have any? We don't. Oh, this is silly. How to comment properly? You say if you mean when to comment, or how to format them, or what exactly? Not on hover? No, it's not on hover. First of all, hover is not something you can do on a tablet. And second, this is particularly when you tap it or click it, it's going to select this. So, and I'll show you this as soon as it's done. It shouldn't take longer than a few minutes. I just got to figure out where I pass this thing in from. This dot on. This dot props dot on select chip data.id. So now we need to pass this in to blueprint selector from in game. Chip ID bound in game actions set selected chip ID. There. So everything should work. Let's try it out. Right, so you say with code comments, are you asking just when to write them or why to write them, or is it more how to... I'm looking for a more specific question here, I guess. I'm totally willing to help you. All right, I broke this because on select chip is not formatted correctly, apparently. What did I do wrong here? Syntax error, unexpected token, expected ... What? Yeah, I don't see what the problem is here. Huh. Let's try just saving this file again. There's on select icon. Huh, we're missing an equals. And on select. Oh, it was from the other file. Oh, right. Thanks. Thanks Nakarda. Thanks MTS Mox. Do you use React.clone element? Oh, and I missed Tolu saying this too. Thank you all. I'm having an issue where a component gets remounted. I don't think I use clone element. If I use it in one place. Yeah, I use it for this. Having an issue where a component gets remounted when I don't think it should. Seems to be in a code path where I do that. Yeah, I don't do anything special here. So I can't probably help you too much. Hey, Spider Dead. What's this gist? So, yeah, I think some of this is good, but I think comments like this are not very helpful. Also, one other tiny bit is I would probably write this line of code as this. Whatever this top thing says, this.max sucks. Just because I think this is a little bit clearer as to what's happening. But yeah, I think it's also pretty self-evident from just reading this line what it does. But some other things might be different. Because yeah, you can over comment, and then your comments become a maintenance point. Okay, I got the code working thanks to you guys telling me where the equal sign was missing, but I don't think. Okay, I did this correctly actually. Still, I feel like something's wrong. I have a function already, and it's here on select icon, but that's for a blueprint. So I guess it's on select blueprint and on select chip. All right, see a spider dead. Yeah, I don't think, so for something like this, I completely agree with Syntonic. You could always have a comment for this that says something like, if we didn't increase the counter here, then we'll run into a problem later because whatever, I don't know, something like this. This could be something that could be a helpful comment, or you might just not need something. Actually, I do see that in your code, Capillara. You have increment the counter written right here. Increment the current step. I don't think this is the kind of thing I would write down. The rest of this could be helpful. Let's see, because we executed everything that will mark this step as complete. However, the next step will start processing once this step is finished. Oh, maybe it's just that you put a period here. Yeah, I would probably say, here's why I'm doing this. Are you the kind of pre-increment or post-increment guy? Right, it's a very strange question. I will typically use pre-increment for for loops, and for everything else I'll do whatever the situation calls for. So every once in a while you write a function like get next ID, and you might do return this dot current ID plus plus. So you actually want to return the current one and then increment it. And sometimes that's appropriate, sometimes it's not. Okay, so we have this now selected, and when you select a different change, a different chip, so selecting, it's actually kind of just that whole thing. Container, in-game, update. Here it is. So if you have a different chip selected, where is that done? Here. This is in the in-game state though. Dot selected chip ID. Update entity. This probably won't work because I don't think I have code around this. I think it just tries to destroy the entity right now, which means that clicking this won't do anything. Click. Yeah, nothing happened. Okay, we got to get something to happen. So let's do a few things here. One is auto log us in as Adam6, then immediately edit defense, sure, and then show chips. How do we do that? Let's take a look at Redux and the state changes that happen. So we'll just press commit here. If we expand this a little bit, it looks nicer. Okay, cool. So let's press this. Set chips panel is showing. And that's in the workbench reducer. Chips panel true. Okay, so just refreshing the page will bring us right back to this view, but both of these will be white. Perfect. Except for the chips thing. That part didn't work. Why did that part not work? I don't know. We probably manually set it to false somewhere. Set chips panel is showing. Yeah, here it is. Hide the chip panel when we set up the... We'll just set that to true for right now. There. Now when we go back into the game, we're just looking at chips. So we can click these. So what should happen is the preview entity handler should have, where is it? This, right here. This is getting hit. And we have a to-do right here that I never finished. So let's do this. Justify content center. Hey, Luculus. Alright, so here's what's happening. We don't have a blueprint selected, so it just destroys it. What we should do is we should have a way for us to know that we're showing chips and then get the ID. Getting the ID should be pretty simple, because we can do redux state dot in-game reducer dot selected chip ID, and this should say 0. Oh, it's a string. Why is it a string? That's curious. Did we emit that to the set selected? It's in the process of being emitted. Alright, well, we've got this. For some reason that's a string, sure, but we need some way to know that the chip panel is showing. I guess that's pretty easy. Redux state.workbench reducer.is showing chips panel. So these two properties are all that we really need to know. Nothing a little parsing won't handle. That is true. Else if, so let's do a couple other things here. So if is showing chips panel and this is defined, how would I do this the best way? I guess we could just do this here. Also, we got to make sure you're not replaying for any of this stuff. If is replaying destroy preview entity equals true, else hey Sick, how you doing? Okay, that's fine. Else if we want to get this stuff. There are actually a couple different ways we can do this. There's the replay reducer, there's the workbench reducer, and then well, whatever. We'll just do it this way. If this and this is not nil, then we just return that. Yeah, should be simple. Chip ID equals this. Done. Else destroy. This should probably never happen. So let's try that out. Now, I think the issue is going to be that we don't have any code for setting the sprite on this. So as soon as I click this, something is going to... Whoa, it actually does work. Whoa. Neat. Hey, G24O. Isn't there a video that covers all recent changes? Yeah, that's the latest recap video. If you want me to link it directly to you, I'll just do it. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, and I wanted to record one last weekend for the offense and defense changes, but I'll do that at some point in the future. By the way, do you guys know if my laptop fan stopped working, how easy is it for me to just repair that myself? I haven't even looked it up or anything. But I was using my laptop yesterday and I turned it and I heard a sound of something getting stuck in a fan. And then as I was using my laptop, it was really, really hot. And I realized the fan wasn't even on anymore. So I don't know if I totally broke it or not. And I don't know what to do because I'm supposed to give a presentation with that next week. Gonna have to borrow someone else's laptop, I guess. If it's a MacBook, no, it's just a Windows laptop. Anything else? $10 in 20 minutes? Okay. Yeah, I gotta start looking into that pretty soon. Figure out laptop fan problem. Could be hard, depends on the model. Because I'm thinking, dude, Calvin is quite cool. You can always open your laptop and look at what's wrong. Yeah, I'll have to do that. It could be something just stuck in the fan, which honestly at that point would probably have broken the fan, but we'll see. Okay, so now the tap handler isn't working because there is nothing set up for this. Hey Dana, just buy a new one. This part's done. So they're now selectable, they're just not placeable. Make chips placeable. Tap handler should handle this. Can I type? And then also draggable. That only sort of works. It should modify the preview entity. They're already draggable, but it should use the preview entity instead of the design, instead of an icon. Pulling it with some air press thingy. Okay, yeah. Keep that in mind. What is this? Git and GitHub integration comes to Adam. Wait, why would I have to use this? I don't even use GitHub for Botland. Hey, Swift Apocalypse. Hey, why is GitHub's logo the way it is? Why is their mascot like a cat octopus? I'm not gonna look that up. It works for any Git? Oh, I see. Alright. I read the part about GitHub and my mind just glazed over. Brain soup. I just thought something stupid. So tap handler should handle this. Also, we shouldn't be using plum for the selected blueprint or the selected chip. And we can get rid of that too. Yeah. What? Oh, there we go. Okay, next, tap handler. When do you expect Botland to be finished? Hey, Yox. I think the beta should be out by the end of August, and then it'll probably get finished sometime early 2018, I'm hoping. I know it's taken quite a long time to make progress on this stuff. And I was just talking to a friend about this stuff last night. I worked for all of yesterday, and what is the visible difference to Botland? Like, the thing that I'm working on is being able to drag these entities and be able to buy them and everything. So yeah, you can do this now. And that's a nice feature to have, right? The way it used to work before was not as straightforward. But it's not game changing, and yet this needs to be done. This is a prerequisite to fixing the next part of this. The way it used to work was like this, which is less obvious where you're going to end up dropping this. You might be like, oh, I'll place this on this chip, and it doesn't actually put it there. But over here, you can't be confused about that anymore because you know for sure it's going to fit over here. It'll never be finished. Yeah, an hour and a half ago, Hideo. EJ sent a message, but you weren't there. You weren't there to greet him. Did I miss something? Definitely a question worth asking. Okay, here it is, right here. Tile clicked. If it exists, try placing a bot, but we don't necessarily want to do this. So we need to figure out what you have selected as a preview entity. And really, this should just pull that information from there. So how do we do this? What's the best way? Well, we have place bot, or we have, I guess preview entity should figure this out. In fact, it should figure all of this out. If game hasn't started, we could just say this dot preview handler dot tap handler arena X arena Y. There, done. Just take 8 keystrokes to type a semicolon. We take this over to here. Way too much cheese. Is that possible? Has anyone in any part of their life ever said there's too much cheese on something? I think you might be the first in all of history. Especially at Chipotle. I don't feel like... I don't think you go to Chipotle to complain about too much cheese. What is Adam insinuating today? What does this mean? How should I feel right now if I'm EJ? So this is if this thing happens to have a blueprint, which we should be getting from the preview entity. So if we don't have a preview entity, we just bail out. I'm having too much fun. EJ, no, there's some days where you're appreciated. No, most days you're appreciated. Fine. Fine. It's just some days you should feel bullied. And that's because you bring it on with things like this. Hang on, let me find this. I'll show you what you did. Oh, maybe I fixed this, so maybe I won't be able to show you. Oh, no, I didn't fix it. Yeah, take a look. You see this thumbnail, EJ? Here, let me zoom in. Let me zoom in really close on this. Huh. Daily quest, get Adam to click on this image twice. This is what you did. Hey, Cakeify. Now the Forza memes are gonna start. Alright, so if this exists, then we get the ID. If there's a chip component, whoa, sick. That's gonna throw off the whole balance in chat. EJ is now at 10,037 points. Thanks to that 2,000, he passed Hideo, along with actually really all these people. Lepko, Chief, Roderick, Programmer T. Oh, never mind. He gave them back. Which would you rather have? A ton of points or your pride? So here's where we'd place a chip. We have a way to do this. I just don't know what it is. Yeah, Endurin. I'll do that now. Top 10 Endurin 93. $346. All right, there. Who else changed their name? Digi, I guess. Digite had hardly any points on this. I don't know who else changed their name. Who would want? Oh yeah, okay, cool. I don't know who else changed their name. Why can't you see your points? They get whispered to you, so you're probably just not getting whispers from the bot. 9,000 points. Yeah, Digite changed his name to iDigi. You can see all of the name changes using these two links. And I wrote down a bunch of them too. So here are the people from chat who you might have seen who changed their name. So I should really transfer all of these. Actually, yeah, I should transfer Alex's. Oh, 13. I don't need to do that. Yeah. Maybe Echoes. Yeah, the rest of these aren't super important. I could do them later. Man. Your hours, though? I mean, I could transfer those too, Loki. I'll write myself a note. Transfer the time and points from everyone in the name changes list. Yeah. Okay, so we need to find a way for placing a chip. Oh, I guess we have this. It's a little weird that it works this way. Excuse me. Man. Alright, workbench reducer. What was this even used for? What was this used for? Hey, Fluffy Tiger. What do I do for a living? This is what I'm doing, but it's not really for a living, I guess. But yeah, you can check it out at the FAQ here. Is Botland your full-time job? How are you affording to work on this? Is something here. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So check that out. And welcome to the stream, Fluffy Tiger. And yeah, I can make it automated. I just would need to set that up and then test it and everything. It's probably easier to just do it manually. All right, create chip using last mouse chords. So if this works, then we'll just be able to click this. Oh, that kind of worked. The problem is that removing it also selects it. How did I get that so that that doesn't happen for a bot? Or is that now happening? What happens if I X out of this entirely? I need another blueprint. This won't work. So let's make another one here. Let's put down a couple of these and hit save. There. But yeah, this is working correctly. It's not selecting it. Hey, what, Etu? Welcome back. So what's the part I need to fix? Oh yeah. Prevent the structure info panel from popping up if you remove a chip by clicking, if you replace a chip. That's fine. The part that's not working then is tap handler is doing something where this, yeah, this shouldn't happen here. We should only do this think about this. Not game has started if is in view mode. We know when we have something selected. How do you earn money with Botland? Yeah, you should check out the FAQ, Fluffy Tiger. I don't know if you saw the link from earlier, but here it is. Where is it? Do you plan on making money with Botland? How? Because yeah, there's a document that talks about this stuff. Currently, I'm not making money, but I will eventually, at least $1. Who's the oldest follower? The oldest follower is deleted, as in that's their name. It's OXD3L373D or something like that. No, this is a 1. Yeah, this is the oldest follower. They followed before I even started streaming Botland. I think that's one of my favorite commands in chat. How will you earn your money now for a living? Oh, you mean how am I affording to work on Botland? Because that's in the FAQ as well. Anyway, my wife has a job. She has an income. Also, I don't know if I said this, but hi, Skynet. Do the cost gained by sub cover the server cost? Yeah, they do. They do. I make very little money compared to a traditional job from Twitch, but I'm not really trying to make money from Twitch. So I definitely appreciate the support and everything. But yeah, if I were relying on this, I would very quickly be on the street. Okay, so what we should do is have this thing be handled first, assuming we're in the mode where we could do this. I wonder if the preview entity should try handling that first. Make sure we're not already dragging an entity. Ship entities, check see if you clicked one. The thing is, the first thing we should do is this, right? Make sure you have a preview entity. We don't need the workbench reducer anymore. None of this was ever necessary. I see. Yeah, so let's get rid of this. Yeah, and that too. Okay, cool. Toluz, that was something I could do. It wasn't something I was necessarily planning on doing. And Fluffy Tiger, don't worry about it, totally. This is why I have the FAQ. I don't mind linking to it. I don't mind answering questions, even if they're not on the FAQ where they are. I was kind of just having fun there. I shouldn't do that at your expense. I'm going to start injecting subtle ads. Is this subtle enough? Okay, I want this to happen first, assuming we are in a state where you can place a chip. So we have is in view mode here. What is this? If you're replaying, I guess it's really just can active player place bots. How is this different from is in view mode? If you have blueprints visible but none selected, then you're in view mode. Oh, I see. If you have chips visible but none selected, then you're in view mode. Kind of a weird thing to do. Are blueprints visible in UI? This is a silly. Has blueprint selected. Yeah, all these functions, I feel like they don't really need to exist. Not Loki. Am I gonna have ads in the game? I'm not sure about that yet. Yeah, we'll have to see. My number one goal right now is just making sure the game is fun. My number 2 goal will be to get players for it. So we're just gonna keep working toward getting beta out. And then after that, it will be a goal to make the game actually sustain my development for it. Because yeah, my wife is very supportive right now, but I imagine if I were doing this for another 5 years, she probably would be like, all right, time to get some money out of. Yeah, so this set of functions could be done for chips as well, but it doesn't really belong here. This could be like a Redux util kind of thing. Just needs the store. Are chips visible in UI? This comes from the in-game reducer though, I think. Hey Spark. VirtualBox? Oh, nice. Okay. It worked, Spark. You just had to emulate Android to get it. It is showing chips. That's not even here. It's in the workbench. Showing chips panel. I don't totally know why. But we can copy this stuff down to there. Oh, it's either blueprints or it's chips. Excuse me. Wow, sick. More like later, Adam. I'm 99% positive my wife did not marry me for money. So this would be get chip selected in UI. Get chippo. So this comes from the in-game reducer. We have selected chip ID. So in-game reducer. Should have copied that one too. It's okay. We get this selected chip ID. You try your best, right? How are your grades for chemistry and physics? I think most of my grades were pretty good. So this would be get chip selected in UI. Cool, so now we have 3 functions, so we technically don't have to do things the way that I did them in this. I could change it to be, where is this thing? What? I was directly asked a question. How else am I supposed to answer that one, EJ? That is unfair. Are chips visible in UI? I wanna restructure this to be this. There. And then you have a chip ID selected. This is silly. It's definitely silly. I think has blueprint selected. Where is this even used? That's silly. Wait, Sintana, you mean in college? Or you mean grade 1 and 2? Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, Calic, I don't know the name for that. Immediate array initialization. I think that's what it is. Yeah, I don't remember what it's called. Basically Travis's fault. What did Travis do? Wait, Sintonic, aren't you the one who told me that there's some show that came from, right? CSI? And you said you were on an airplane and someone was watching all of the intros to that show next to you, just over and over? Oh, what's that, Kappa? Oh, it's a sub emote. I don't know if you forgot about that. Well, I apparently didn't. Okay, we need to use these functions over here. I gotta do this. So arena.has chip selected in UI. How do you feel about bee season coming up? I don't particularly follow bee season. Alright, so this, we should basically check, are we in view mode? If not, we handle that. So if not, this dot is in view mode. And if the tap handler does something, there. So now we can get rid of this. And if you are in view mode, oh, and the game can't have started yet. Oh boy. All right, so we get rid of this. Then we also changes in view mode to do the same thing we had here. Oh no, this is wrong. If blueprints are visible and you don't have a blueprint selected, or chips are visible and you don't have a chip selected, if you don't have anything selected to be placed, then you're in view mode. Okay, cool. Hey, Charlie. Alright, let me finish reading the rest of the chat. I have to tell you something, I have absolutely no idea what you're doing when you type. It's so satisfying. Alright, Fluffy Tiger. Thank you. Mr. Jin. Stream chat quality is going down. What kind of honey stick enthusiast are you? Yeah, I really need to. I need to purchase the ones that I got, or not the ones I got. I got that gift certificate from Echo for $20, and 500 honey sticks I think came to $60. So that's 33% off. Hang on a second. Excuse me. Maybe it was that other mod. Bootstrap themed Adam. I don't remember this. I don't know if you saw this. I linked earlier. Found this article. Oh, I didn't realize that was for me. Blueberry King. Oh, let me save this for later then. Yeah, sorry. Also, I feel the need to keep typing this into chat, but Diablo 2 is happening this Saturday. All right, let's try this out. So now we should be able to place chips and not select the chip that we're removing. So this fixes a very minor bug. No, that didn't work. So if you're not in view mode and the game hasn't started, check to see if you did something here. We don't remove, oh, this number returns true. That's a problem. So in this case, return true, return true, return false, return false. True if we actually handled the tap here. All right, let's get rid of the rest of these things. There we go. Yeah, too much delay. In spite of that, I could do that. I don't want to just totally spam the chat. Oh, nice, this is working. Woo! Except for that, replacing it doesn't work. But that's because I just never coded that. Cool. So if we deselect this, which is impossible, that's too bad. All right, well, if you found some way to deselect it, then we could drag this, and then clicking it would work. Yeah, nice. Nice, nice, nice. But you can't actually, oh yeah, you can. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say you can't click this to deselect it, but you can. That's totally working. So I should do the same thing for chips. So clicking it another time, let's go take care of that. That comes from ingame.js. So container ingame on select. Here it is. So set selected chip ID. We can't really do things that way unless it's already. We could have the reducer handle it. Set selected chip ID. So if it was already selected, if state dot selected chip ID equals action dot chip ID, then chip ID to set equals. So in this case, we'll say that it's null. So in this case, you're, no, that's stupid. Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, this should be done from the UI. All right, well, revert this whole file, I guess. Whatever. Let's do it here. So this will be this dot selected chip dot bind this. Did I miss a question to me? Why are some of the letters in full capital? Oh, yeah, those are just constant strings. Although I'm not consistent about that everywhere. A lot of the times people will write constants in all caps so that you know it's a constant. It's just a nice little convention to have. But I don't always stick to that convention. So selected chip ID. If it was already selected, we're going to deselect it. Oh, wait, we have this. We have this code right here. Well, well, well. So then, where does that come from? That's reducer in-game selected chip ID. In-game state, this, bound in-game actions, null, and here, we just do that same thing, chip ID. There. So what this will let me do is just click this another time and deselect it. So let's try it. Click, click, cool, it worked. So when it's not selected, we can click over here and nothing's gonna happen. This actually fixes another bug that I had too, but when it is selected, we can do this. So if I log in, ooh, what's that? Attempting to place chips when already at one chip. Attempting to place chips at 7 forwards, not a valid socket. Okay, those are real errors. So there's no way to set selected chips. That should probably be something doable eventually. I don't particularly care right now. So make chips placeable, done. Prevent this, done. Make chips draggable and make chips replaceable. Do I have that? Make chips overwritable. Clicking, how does this work right now? So I click regen, then I click armor boost, then I click this again, and it just removes it. Yeah, I needed to replace it. Clicking a regen chip with an armor boost chip should replace regen with armor boost. But we're not there yet. We need to go clean this up. Bad user. As long as there's a row of hearts, you can say any mean thing you want. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. So view mode. Do I ever actually talk about view mode? Oh, there weren't 3 hearts there, Endurn. That's mean. Wow. View mode is just a term I'm using for not being able to place bots/chips. Bad typer. Don't care about any of that stuff. This is almost fine. I guess this is really just if we're in view mode, which checks to see if we're replaying. We can probably replace that. In fact, I should test that out. See if we can replace the logic and get preview from Redux with is in view mode. Link to game footage. So hey Jinglehead, you can check out either the second question here, what's the game about? And there's a video that sums it up, or you could just play the game if you want. Unfortunately, there's no tutorial in the game right now. So if you sign up for an account and you start to play, you're probably going to be a little bit lost. Hey, Dad. Yeah, but the game is online. You can check it out. I'm not explaining what's happening, so this just looks like, I guess, a normal strategy game. But it's far from normal. It's an automated strategy game. Okay, we're going to clean up that code in a sec. Let's go over to here, tap handler. Yeah, I think this is done. Then all of these should be very straightforward. Yes. Yeah, that's fine. This is not, I didn't mean to leave this in here. We need to fix up the style for this. Helping around. All right, thanks, Spider Dad. I actually will probably stop talking about that too much. Maybe on Friday I'll resume because I want people to show up to just watch. I think it's going to be fun. Okay, should we try to match the colors that we have here? This has a blue background, and when you click it, it turns dark blue. These have a white background because there's much more text you're going to have to read. And when you click it, right now it turns plum. I don't want it to turn plum. Probably that same lightness, but a different hue. Something in the blue end of the spectrum. I don't know. Like this, something like that. I'm so bad at picking colors. Even that would probably be fine. Well, whatever we end up picking, I should make a style for it. Okay, we'll do that here. Do we have class names? No, we don't. So we'll set this up. We just go take any of these classes where we're using this. This looks fine. We put this here. Styles dot selected defense structure equals this dot props dot is selected. So now we get rid of this. We get rid of this. And styles dot defense structure is always true. Hey Uranium, how's it going? Defense structure. So background color is going to be something. I never actually settled on a color. I did everything other than pick the color. So I think a yellowish color. We should just pick the same thing that I have for selecting items. What is it? What is it? What is it? Store item. Is there a selected thing in here? Selected store item. Here it is. Yeah, we'll just use this color. Well, in fact, we'll just use this entire style. Problem solved. So now we have, when you click this, it turns yellow. It's just a way for you to know it's selected. It doesn't have to be perfect yet. Okay, cool. I'm happy with that. What next? Sounds fine. Good and good. Cool. Select. Allow for selecting / placing chips normally. You can select a chip in the UI on the left side while in a game. Once a chip is selected, you can paint it into the arena almost just like you can for bots, but some functionality, like replacing an existing chip, isn't working yet. I don't know if I linted this. Use package control as a plugin? Yeah, if you're talking about just Sublime package control, I set everything up from here. I don't know if this is needed for Sublime Text 3. I don't recall. Also, wow. Neat. Okay, cool. So see if we can replace this logic. Let's try it out with a call to is in view mode. So if arena.is in view mode, then just destroy it. Get rid of all of this stuff. And that's it. That should work. I have a feeling it's not going to. Hey, Tale of Four Gamers. Oh, it looks like it's working. Yeah. Huh. Can I read property display name of undefined? That's an issue. Inject client-specific components for chip. Oh, this is a replay. It's probably bogus now. I should just wipe out the replays. I gotta make sure to do this locally, though. There. So the replay's now been deleted from the server. Yeah, replay not found because match was canceled. Probably due to game version updates. Yep. That's what I just did. So yeah, that seems fair. This is just a minor refactoring, but it removes 8 lines of code. So pretty nice. Refactor preview entity to use common function. Make chips draggable, make chips overwritable, make buffs work again. Yeah, there is still a lot left to do. And honestly, even this isn't really what I set out to do originally, although it is necessary, I feel. What I set out to do originally was to make it so you could buy chips. You see the new competitor to Postman? I've seen a competitor to Postman. I don't know about a new one. D2 would be hard to play. The Botland server is in Oregon, I think. I'm not totally sure where it is. I forgot what data center I set it up in. It's either Oregon or Virginia. But depending on what server you're pinging, you might be pinging an edge node on CloudFront or something. Or you might be pinging my shared host. not sure. Okay, I'm debating right now on whether I should go eat lunch or I should take some more work items and work on those. Would you say streaming your work makes you more productive, less likely to look at YouTube or Reddit and so on? Are you not really easily distracted? Oh, I'm super easily distracted when it comes to working on my own. Yeah, I would be on Reddit or Hearthstone or something. So I do think it makes me more productive. But I think that interacting with chat is taking time away from the work aspect and is putting time instead into sort of like the marketing aspect, I feel. Eat code or program lunch. I wonder how full I would get eating code. Maybe an infinite loop would be very filling. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get lunch because it's 12:30. I'm not positive how long today's stream is gonna last. It's definitely not gonna be 8 hours. 8 hours is out of the question. Oh, but not today. 7 hours is max for today, given my starting time. But my sister-in-law is coming over in I think 2.5 hours, and then she and my wife are taking a vacation. So the only time I would get to spend with my sister-in-law would be tonight, and they're probably gonna be packing. So I don't know how long the stream's gonna be. But anyway, I'll get my lunch. I'll figure this out later. Wow, lots of people on the lunch list. It's filling 2 entire lines now. So I'll set this for 35 minutes. I don't expect it to be a very long lunch. I just had to heat up my food and eat it. Okay, well, thank you guys for watching so far. I'll be back in about half an hour, and then we'll figure out what's going on. If I could set this up. There we go. All right, yeah. Take care, guys. See you later. I miss in chat? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we keep working through this. We have at least, I think, 2 solid hours of time that I'm definitely going to be able to put into this. After that point, like I said, I think my sister-in-law is going to be showing up. I will probably finish whatever tasks I'm doing, definitely. But if, yeah, maybe I'll end up streaming the rest of the time too. As a streamer, you can't bully people. A good idea, Co. How's it going? So we have some code around this. It doesn't work exactly how I want it to, though. Because, yeah, you drag this weird image out here. I wonder how it works for bots. You know, I wonder if this is really important to do. Is there an ever so slight delay on the camera? You can find out usually when I clap. And if there is a delay, every once in a while it gets fixed by me just restarting. Oh, okay, Dav. Okay. So when you drag a bot, what happens there? What do we get? We get the image that was here, I think, and then we clone that. The problem is chips don't have an image for me to get. I'd have to get base 64 image data of a particular image. Gonna be tough. Defense structure. Yeah, because we make a div here and we put an icon in it, which was mildly smart, but not how I wanted things to look. No, it was about bullying slightly before you'd come in. And it was kind of bullying. There was a whole string of what faces, except for this one. And then I started typing it too. What face W. And that's when the feels bad mans started streaming in. So yeah. Excuse me. All right, let me think about this. We've got this image saved as just chip.png, so we could use this here. I could get base 64 image data. I think there's even a base 64 image generator, this thing. What do we have? Item ID, Redux from sprite name. This is what we do. Is there a plane or something outside? What is that? Doesn't stop. So we could call this. Although really, what's the issue here, I guess? It's just that, oh, we also don't show the preview entity. Yeah. All right, so how does that work? This is for the blueprint selector. Started dragging and stopped dragging. Game area ref. What? Oh, yeah. This is needed because the drag starts from an element that is not aware of where the in-game content shows up. So we need to offset the events. How does this work for chips then? Oh, there's stop dragging chip. Okay, so we just need a started dragging chip. And it needs to be pretty similar to how this works. set properties of preview entity. Can we just pull this from the UI? How does in-game do this? Apparently it doesn't, but that sounds wrong to me. Here it is, update preview entity in arena. I think we can just do this. Started dragging chip equals this. I hope we can do that. I'm not positive. Oh, it won't be selected. No, so that won't work. Darn it. We're gonna get there. Blueprint ID. So we need the same thing but with chip ID. But we don't have chip ID. Oh, we do have chip ID. Okay, then maybe this will work. Oh boy. Started dragging chip ID. We do this same thing that we had here. I don't know why this has to be this ridiculous. And I also, whatever, we can do that. So now started dragging chip gets passed into here. And then we just use it. Dot started dragging chip. So started dragging blueprint comes from over here. And then the same thing needs to happen from the bottom of defense structure. Yeah. Okay, let's try it. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? No, it did not, because I named this the wrong thing. It started dragging chip. Still is not going to work because this doesn't exist, which means I didn't pass it from blueprint selector onward. Defense structure doesn't even exist here. Started dragging chip. Is that working? Oh, thank goodness it is. Okay, cool. So nothing tells you that you're at the maximum yet. That's going to eventually have to happen. So this part's done. There's definitely camera lag. Huh. I wonder what I can do about this now. I'm guessing it's, well, it only really matters for the face cam. I can delay my audio by a little bit. Where do I even do this? There's no delay on here. Yeah, I don't remember where you set this up. Properties? No. Yeah, I can't figure out where you're supposed to do this. I know there's a way, I just can't find it. It used to be in the audio tab, and now there's no obvious place where this is. No lag for you. Hey, who's that up? Me neither, very small at least. The thing is, this has happened before, so I don't know. If it's not happening for the majority of people, though, maybe I don't need to do anything. Still, I don't know where that option went. This was pretty straightforward. Pretty sure it's a Twitch issue. It'd be weird though, like this should be encoded in such a way that that can't happen. Okay, here we go. So dragging chips, show preview entity when dragging chip from left. Yeah. Oh, good. Refreshing did work. Nice. Yeah, I wonder how that happened. So make chips overwritable. This should be simple enough to do. Wait, why did clicking that not do anything? Oh, I know why. All right, it's kind of silly. So when you drag over to here, it doesn't stop showing the preview entity. It needs to do that. Because now clicking isn't going to do anything. After dragging a chip onto a socket from the left side, I need to stop showing the preview entity. How did this work for bots? If I hit clear all, and whoops, I didn't mean to do that. If I drag this over to here, then clicking doesn't do anything. How did that happen? Hey, Yankocha. We have tap handler. Oh, it's not tap handler that does this though. It's the drag handler. Stop dragging blueprint. Where's that? Aha. What did this call into? Oh, that wasn't 10 minutes, was it? But hey, Android. Set to pull from the UI true. Yeah, we should do this exact same thing for stop dragging chip. Which of course it doesn't. So fine. Hey, no pointer. How are you doing? Okay, let's try this. So we drag over to here. And good, that works. Okay, so let's just amend the last commit. Because I didn't push or anything. The only difference is going to be these lines of code. Yeah. All right, make chips overwritable. So this is what I wanted to do. When you click here, right now it's going to remove it. We want it to replace it. And when you drag between two of these, I'm not going to do this stuff right now, actually. Because this is not as important as the other stuff. There we go. And same thing with swappable. I just don't think this is that important right now. This has been done. Okay, so the game won't actually function as far as I know because we won't be getting these buffs correctly. Yeah, I think that's the issue right now. It's trying to read everything as blueprint ID. There's get buff from chip. There it is. So this won't exist. This is all gonna have to change. Let's take a look. Do we have chip constants? No. Do we have buff constants? Yes. So getting chip constants. So what we will have is get component is chip component. And then we'll get the chip ID. And then what is this? We go through all of the chips that you have and make sure you own them. And then from there, we need to get the chip data. And then from there, we get the buff ID. Figure out the value of the buff they're trying to apply. Yeah, this should be chip data.buff value. No, what? None of this is true. Buff depot should just have a create buff override value. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Well, that kind of works. This one doesn't. It's get data by ID. Hey Puka, how you doing? I'm glad to hear you're doing on the pointer. So we say create buff, but what's the point of this? I'm pretty sure I deleted something I shouldn't have deleted. We used to do value plus equal that value. What was the point of making a buff for that then? Excuse me. Value equals 0. Oh, so we just have to say value plus equal this. Okay, sounds good. Have you made the bot with the follow age thing so I can change my name? Oh, that's another thing I'd have to copy over. It's follow age. Wait, Endorn, can you do follow age? Because you've changed your name. It wasn't follow age. I think that's something that Twitch reports. Yeah, that's working fine. Yeah, it's your time and points that don't transfer manually. Or don't transfer automatically. I have to go do those myself. Hey, Holyoke. Welcome back. How's it going? Okay, this should be good. So let's test this out. Hope it works. Yeah. So we put down a chip that has regen, and then we hit test, and it just shouldn't break. Okay, good. So I think we're fine. Now let's test it by cranking up this value to just a ridiculous amount. So we're going to say buff value is 1500. So we're regenerating 1500 life every single turn. That basically makes us immune to damage. So let's try it out now. So we put down a regen chip, generate 1500 life per turn, and we test this out. Yep. Because every time we're getting our turn, we're going back up to full life. So that looks like it's working fine. None of my bots can die. Okay, cool. So where else do we do get component dot star blueprint? Any of the ones in preview entity handler are going to be correct now. So we can just get rid of this file. How many did I delete from that? It's kind of hard to tell actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are really 8 matches across 4 files. So I would just need to go check those. Better than your test. So much for casual business day. Okay, what is this? This looks fine. Yeah, this is fine. How about this one? That's fine. This is fine. What is this? This is indeed game server. Yeah, this will be fine. This stuff is going to be wrong. So it's not going to be called buff ID anymore, is it? Oh no. This yeah, this is gonna be bad. Fix the game server. We're gonna have one there and potentially one other one in Phase Simulator. No, that doesn't even exist. Get blueprint ID. Yeah, I don't like that. I need to go search through all of these now too. No need to rub it in. I was trying to rub it in. We should only have to worry about entities with a blueprint, but for now, chips have blueprints on them. Yep, well, this is now true. Neochromer. Yeah, that clip. I still think it's great. So fixing this on the game server, this is where this takes place. We try to get this from the chip. The chip isn't going to have this though. In fact, all of this thing is going to just totally break. So we're going to need to fix all of this. Fix how the game server tries to get chips to work. Yeah, you have to have enough points for it. You have enough points for what? 14? Oh, you did 10 of them already. Yeah. So fix the game server. It's trying to get a blueprint component of a chip. And where else? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So we also need to search for all the places where this happens, which is in exactly one place. Oh, man. Narco's renamed his account. What's his account now? And when did he do this? He's showing up on my followers list right now as the old name. Oh, no. Now it doesn't show up anymore. Huh. Warner? Okay. Interesting. Too bad you're going to miss all those BOE launches. You don't have to. Yeah, it must have been today. So we should start to use this function when we only ever want to get a blueprint ID. Even if this is your bot, we don't necessarily have a blueprint. In the case of a replay where your blueprints no longer exist. Well, we still have a blueprint component. But it looks like the only thing we're doing here is trying to get the ID of this. I don't know where that just went. Let's just do this. Right? This is exactly the same code we just used. No, it's not exact. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. Okay, cool. Well, that one's done. What else? Get blueprint ID. Or get component dot star blueprint. Yeah, we only ever use this to get the ID. So again, entity util, yeah. This would be entity util.get blueprint component of bot. Do we do anything here? No. We need entity util. $29 and 48 minutes. Yeah, it counts time that you're idle It doesn't take into account how long you've chatted for. So that's entirely possible that you're at that level. Which, by the way, if you're curious about the top 250, where else do we do this? Here. Cool, so we don't need this. We just check this against existing blueprint ID. Same thing here. Not quite. So we get this and check to see if it exists, again, for no real reason. And same general thing here, but this is slightly different. If there is no component whatsoever, or if they're not equal, I don't know if I want to do things that way. Okay. Yeah. Hey Corpo, hey 3D Extended. 1 hour and 40 minutes remain. And I'm doing well. How about you 3D Extended? So I think most of these are done now. Yeah. Well, we're slowly getting there. Okay, cool. Let's check this in. So this is mostly just making use of entity util.get blueprint ID. And I also fixed one real piece of code, which is here. Yeah. Refactor and fix bug. Fix the bug where you couldn't simulate a game, where you couldn't test your defense if it had a chip because of how we tried computing the buff value. Also refactored some code to use this. Should just be part of is chip components. This part's done. Make sure this, I don't need to check if it's a bot. Yep, that's done too. So make sure you can test your defense. That part works fine. Fix how the game server tries to get chips to work. Yeah, this is broken. Yep. Okay, let's go fix that. Not so good news. Apparently sick, and it could be a number of things. Oh man, 3D extended. Well, I hope it's not as severe as you think. Yeah, it's too bad. But I won't pry for more details if your first 3 words are not, don't ask. If you ever want to talk about it, you can. And should. Okay, so this part right here, available buff IDs. Yeah, eventually need to pull these from the inventory or from the database. Then we try doing this. This won't exist. So let's stringify this. Okay, then we'll test that out. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, here goes. So we have to attack a defense that has a chip. This might be hard to do. Yeah, this one doesn't have a chip. This one doesn't have a chip. Probably none of them have chips. Yeah, they don't. Okay, well then let's just wipe out the whole database. And Perry. There. So everything's been restarted. Now we just need to go make a defense that has a chip. This is pretty easy to do. Just make a simple defense, fires level 1 lasers, put down some of these bots. Save. Oh, I forgot the chip. Okay. Save for real now. Oh, couldn't save. Yep. But it printed this out. So we should have an isChip component. We do. IsChip. And it has a chip ID, which still is set to a string. I don't know why that's happening. IsChip component. Why? Why is that a string? Is it a string over here too? It is. Where is this? Where's this happening from? Oh, whoops. I think I know. I think it's this part. This should be parse int. Yeah. So ensure that all these are numbers too. Yeah. Okay, so assert is finite chip ID. Chip IDs must be numbers. Parse int, comma 10. Make sure the IDs don't get stored as strings. So if we do that exact same thing, it's going to be fixed now. Well, 3D extended, what does that mean for you? Oh, this broke. Oh, we gotta do it this way. Chip ID equals parse int chip ID 10. And then get rid of this parse int. Then when we test this out, so we go to edit defense, we put down a chip. And that chip should have an ID of, oh my god, what is this, 12? What number is this? Why are you doing this to me, defense? Here it is. ID is now 0. Perfect. Okay, so got rid of that. That's good. Now we have to get the game server to work. Okay, so we know we have a component here. We can get, this doesn't matter. We can get the buff ID by doing the same stuff that we did wherever else we did this. What's the second thing in parse int? That's the radix, or the number base. So when you say parse int, let's say AOX, A, B, C, D, or something like that, in base 16, this is going to be fine. This will be equal to this. In base 10, this will fail. Because in base 10, you obviously don't have the letters A, B, C, or D. So same thing, just like parse int on 0011001, something like that. In base 2 is fine. But trying to parse numbers with, let's say, a couple of 2's in there is now no longer fine. It's just the base. Alright, I find myself doing this a whole lot, and it's kind of frustrating to do. We have to do this way. What does its parse int do? just assume that it's 10 by default. Yeah, that's it. Well, unless value is hexadecimal. So it detects a hex, whatever. I don't think it matters. I'm not going to use it though. But yeah, thanks for pointing it out. So this will be created chip. We get the chip buff ID, which could just be called the buff ID. And we need chip constants. Then you go through your available buffs. Make sure that you have access to the buff that the chip's providing. I.e., did you research it? Okay. I guess we say these are just 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Or 0, 1, 2, and 3. Which are the only chips we have right now. This is pretty stupid. Let's do it this way. Chip constants dot IDs dot that. So that we make sure that you have it and whatever. So there we go. Let's try it out. So now when we try saving this defense, it should just say success. Error is not the word success. Trying to use a chip with buff ID regen, despite that it's not available. What? The ID shouldn't be regen. It should be just 0 or something like that. Huh. It's 10 by default, isn't it? There's probably some like weird gotcha where something else would happen, but I don't know. Let's try it. So parse int 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. But if I say 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so there are some cases where it'll figure out that it's base 16, for example. I'm trying to see if this happens anywhere else. Because every once in a while, octal numbers will screw this up. Yeah. Seems to be pretty much the same as what Lodash said. And yeah, 3D extend, that's totally fine. And yeah, Discord is a fine place. So what should I change this to? We have chip data. And this has buff ID. This won't be set correctly though. Parse in 0, 8. That's interesting. Oh, wait, no. That's not 0 for me. So 0, 8 is going to be... No, wait, yeah. This is... JavaScript has some interesting rules around this. If you type 0, 10, let's say, this will be the number 8 because it's interpreting it as octal. So 0, 20 is going to be the number 16 and 0, 30 will be 24. But if you type 0, 38, it'll detect that 8 is not in base 8, so it'll just be the number 38. So it's kind of strange how that works. Yeah, because of octal. And I don't know about if binary numbers work by default in JavaScript. Oh, they do. Huh, interesting. Yeah. So JavaScript lets you specify 4 bases with just number literals. Octal, binary, decimal, and hexadecimal. I don't think there's anything else you could specify, just using literals. Okay, so I guess the way this should work, since this was to be set to something like 0, and then these will all be zeros too. Chip data.buffid. Try and use regen. But how is that? How is that regen? I don't understand this. What is that, 0B? Yeah, that makes it binary. Yeah, this is the part that doesn't make any sense to me. All right, let's just print out some more things then. We'll go to... the best way to do this is just this way. If you want to debug a game server instance, you should change clustermaster.js. Clustermaster has the inspect argument. Do I need that then? Oh, okay, I don't remember this. Let's just make this gray. All right, and then let's try this again. I'm pretty sure, oh no, you don't need to do that. No need to modify anything else. So all we have to do is go to Chrome Inspect, click this link. Is that right? And then put a breakpoint there, which I never did. And we just go restart this. And it should just work when we hit save. Perfect. So yeah, this is just 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The chip that we got has an ID of 0. Right? Yeah, 0. So then how is this getting set to regen? Display name regen, buff ID is regen. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Data. Huh. I don't get it. Cause, oh, never mind. All right, I understand. It's available chips, not available buffs. Available chip IDs. Whoops. Okay, so then we need to fix this code. So this is available chip. ID equals chip ID. So this should be done up here. Make sure you can use this chip. So players trying to use a chip with ID equals chip ID, despite that it's not available. Okay, so let's try that out. But then we have a buff here that apparently has no point in existing whatsoever. Okay. Got it. Let's try it. So now we hit save. It breaks in. We should see that this is available. Yes. And that's it. Now it says success, right? Nope, it does not. Cannot read blueprint ID of undefined. Okay, let's try that. That doesn't even give an error. Must be something on the account server then. No, it's not. It says got a response from validate defense, and yet it doesn't print what the response is. Nothing prints out here? Yeah, Mr. Jin? Got a response. Oh, this means that everything worked correctly. That's why. Then something in here failed. But why did an error not print out? That's peculiar. Yeah, that's... Something's failing in here, I guess. It could also be in save defense. don't know where this happens from. There's this buff ID. This is wrong. The issue is that, why am I not getting an error for this? The lights. Yep, this makes very little sense. So I guess it's potentially coming from here. We could just put a breakpoint here. Yeah, let's do that. So let's close out of this. We'll just change that back to what it was for now. Go restart that. And then in here, we'll inspect this instead. We restart the account server, and we should see that in Chrome Inspect. I don't know what's going to happen here exactly. Oh, it worked. Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's take a look. What is failing here? Save defense is saved incorrectly. That's fine, but we should eventually get to a failure here, I guess coming from this function. So what, we get to this point? Yeah, we do. And then it's the database that makes it fail. But we never get into any of the catches that we have here. One of these has to get hit. It got to be the then or the catch. Can't be anything else. It's the then, which means this worked. What? That means that there's a client problem somewhere. Oh, that's all that means. There's a client problem. But this says bad request. That sounds wrong. Let's just clear the whole console and try this again. Yeah, it's a server problem, and yet it's confused here. We get into this, rest.send 200, and ID mappings are set to nothing, but who cares? Rest.send 200 should just work. So why am I getting this back? Could not save your defense. Cannot read property blueprint ID. Maybe this is just an error over here. Let's take a look. I think I'm just testing this in a very roundabout way. Let's put a breakpoint there. Yeah, okay, there's the problem. Of course. The preview entity doesn't have a blueprint. This was never a server problem. Okay. This should take place from, whoa, what is this? Game bar. What, Windows key G does that? No, I don't know how I spawned that. Not that I wanted it to be there. So the entity handler, we have apply ID mappings, and we can't just assume this exists. If is nil blueprint component, then we're done. Hey Soul Sorcerers, how you doing? Why do we even get the current ID here? Oh, I see. Yep, looks good. So this should fix that problem. And that means that we should be able to save our defense. And then everything should just magically work. Let's try it out. Well, that's not encouraging. No, never mind, it worked. Okay, so then we test the second part of this. Connect, edit. What happened here? There's a chip. Oh yeah, that's what happened there. Is I'm saving them wrong on the game server. Oh, thanks, why not? Here and there, yourself. I feel like things have been going pretty well. I really think it was a good idea for me to have taken a little bit of a vacation in April. Those of you who weren't here for that time, I was just so burned out. I was working a lot and I hadn't had a break in 4 months. And ever since that day, I feel like things have been totally fine. So taking a vacation really can do a lot for you. So we need to change how these things get saved. And we'll know that we did it correctly when select serialized offense from users where ID equals 1 when we see a buff ID here, or just an ID, I should say. So save defense. We change this to just ID. And is that it? Is that all we have to do? There might be more to it than that, but I don't know. We can't remove this. In fact, there's no way to get rid of this as far as I know. Can we try overwriting it? Yes, we can. Nope, problem solved. That was all I had to do. So now when I refresh the page, we should see regeneration saved in my defense. Yep. Cool. Well, that works. So the next thing we need to test is, does it work? So we go back into chip constants, we set the regeneration amount to 1500, and then restart the game server and try it out again. Hacker 1, what is that? So when Adam 2 goes to attack this defense, it'll be impossible for Adam 2 to win, because the bots are going to be healing 1500 life every turn. So I'm going to put down teleport, or not teleport, just thrusters and melee. Oh, unless we kill the chip. If we kill the chip, then it's over. Yeah, perfect, it's working. So yeah, my bots are just going to die, because they can't do enough damage to kill these. But if I put even one bot over here, and then put these bots over here, then the chip will get killed. Oh, no, never mind. They're going after the bot, not the chip. Uh-oh. Okay, then let's just surround these. There we go. So now the chip's dead, so now they shouldn't be able to heal back to full every time. Yeah, I still lost, but that all worked as I expected. What is this? Huh. Hadn't heard of this. Wow. Yeah, definitely interesting. Wow. You streamed shortly setting up something that you thought would take all day. Everything worked the first time? Nice. Yeah, it's nice when those things happen. Unfortunately, it goes both ways. You'll have days like that, which are awesome, and then you'll have days where you're like, oh, this will take 10 minutes, and it turns out taking 2 weeks. It's happened to me several times in the course of Botlands development. But it looks like this is working. Yeah, so we have this and this. Cool. Make sure the tests still run. Let's see. I don't think we really have tests with chips, so I don't think this is going to do anything. Yep. And this thing too. Is it going to finish? Shouldn't have taken that long. But yeah, there were a couple of issues. We had some debuggers there. But we cleaned those up, and now we're just left with this. So revert the... Whoop. I don't know what just happened. This shouldn't be checked in. So fix several bugs with chips. We really need to go through all of these. One, we tried updating the blueprint of the preview entity regardless of whether it was a bot or a chip. So when it was a chip, this failed. Yeah, Soul Sorcerer, so that happens to me too. And my best advice for this, because you might have the same trait that I have. I wouldn't really say it's a flaw. You might have the same trait that I have, where if you accomplish your plan for the day, that's it, you feel like you're done. So what I try to do is I try to plan what I'll do for the majority of the day. If I make it to 7 hours into the stream, then and I end it, then fine, that's whatever. I don't care about losing an hour. But if I make it 3 hours into the stream and I'm done, I don't want to end it there. So I try to come up with a backup thing to do ahead of time. Because if I come up with a backup thing to do at the 3 hour mark, I'm less likely to do it. Hey, Mutated Nation. So that was one bug that I fixed. Another bug is the game server was trying to get a blueprint component from a chip instead of checking its chip component. 3 is chips had string IDs instead of numerical IDs due to how I set IDs based on the keys of something. Where did this even happen? It's right here. Why? Oh, yeah. Based on the keys of chip constants.data. Always strings. And then 4 is this part. Yeah. Chip save defense now persists a chip's ID instead of its buff ID. Oh, see you, Holyoke. That was a short visit, but take care. Hey, Banana. Yeah, Soul Sorcerers, I think if you consider it to be a backup task, maybe that would do something different to your mentality where you wouldn't feel bad for not completing it. Because I've seen that you have a to-do list, so you don't have the expectation at the end of each day that you're going to get your whole to-do list done. I mean, that's pretty unreasonable for any large project. So the point is basically just assign another set of to-do items that you could get done if you completed the first one. And yeah, I guess it's up to you of how you feel at the end of all of that, though. New case fans, incredibly quiet now. Peak temps don't seem to be any better. Well, Banana, it could be that your peak temperatures are still just within an acceptable range. Okay, here's where we finally get to the new stuff. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, that could be it, Soul Sorcerers. Okay, I wrote it should be identified by the combination of user ID and chip ID. Hang on, let me turn off one set of these lights. There, then we'll set them back to white. Perfect. Yeah, having a window there means that this side of my face is always very bright. And then I have a tree of lights over here. There. We'll just have this thing do the typing. I'll stand under here, and that way it could be like a normal stream. There. Hey guys, I'm just a lamppost now. I'll be your new host. This is why you don't ever let me touch anything that's not code. Zancro. Pretty good. Adam lamp. Anyway, when you type by lights, those are the lights that you can control that you can't see. And I know, Calic, that's only so the transparency is set to something like 90% when it has the focus, and when it doesn't, it actually gets more transparent, so you can see right through this window. It's actually helped out a lot before. have that transparency effect, because you'll find out that, oh, hey, something's open in the background that you didn't see. Bring back the light. I think I had an idea. You never, you never fail with the pun, Soul Sorcerers. So this is how I want to set up this table. I'm just not sure. Do I need an ID? Is it a good idea to have an ID column here to refer to the individual rows? If anyone has used databases more than I have and can answer this question, that'd be great. I want a table that looks like this. It's going to be chips. It's going to have user ID. It's going to have chip ID. It's going to have created at. So question, should I also have just an ID column to refer to the individual rows? And then to give you a little bit more background, this table will have multiple entries per user. The combination of user ID and chip ID makes a row unique, since a user can only have one of each kind of chip. Sucker for ID columns in React. I love using the ID columns as keys in lists of elements. Yeah, the thing is, the user won't ever get those IDs because there's no reason for them to have them. Hey, Kesha. It needs a unique ID. So its unique ID is a combination of these two things. I could just set that, right? As the unique ID. All right, and see you, Endurin. Have a good night. So database primary key combination. I think I wrote this down somewhere. I took a bunch of SQL notes. Primary. Here. Wow, I wrote down one note here. And it's not helpful. In MS SQL, I would have a clustered key on user/chip ID, but still have auto increment even if not used. Clustered key making it unique. Well, so like I said, I'll always have an identifier, Soul Sorcerers. And I don't understand. I wonder, like, I guess my reason is why have the auto increment ID at all in that case? So I could always do something like select or delete from chips where user ID equals 5 and chip ID equals 6. So this will remove whatever this is, the regeneration chip, from your inventory. So I could still do that. I just feel like it's going to take more space and more time for no real reason. A compound key. So can you have a primary key that's a compound key? Composite? Composite primary key refers to cases where more than one column is used to specify the primary key. In such cases, all foreign keys will also need to include all the columns. Okay, this should be doable in MySQL, right? Yeah, it should be fine. Just put parentheses here. Could you store the two IDs together since their combination would be unique? So that would remove the structured part of this. I think they should be two separate columns, and I can just use a primary composite key from what I'm reading here. All right, C3D extended. I hope things go okay with the sickness. You don't need an auto inc field. I usually just have it for ease of typing on manual deletes. Yeah, that makes sense. Int/big int is not worth the space concern. Yeah, the space for this, I guess, wouldn't be too bad. Each player would probably generate maybe just 10 more big ints in this case. It would have to be big ints because I think with ints we could hit the database limit. So yeah, maybe 10 more big ints, which is what, 8 bytes, 16 bytes, something like that. So not a whole lot of data, definitely. But having an index for all of those, which wasn't sure about the space of those B trees that we'd have. 550 damage, does that include damage when charging? Or just charges close a gap? Yeah, charges closes a gap. And hey, Cucumber Owl. Wouldn't index the auto ink field? Oh, I see. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You can do I write anything about composite in here? No, I don't. But anyway, you can have a primary key that consists of multiple other keys, i.e. a primary composite key. If you do this, you don't necessarily need an auto-incrementing ID field for your table, but it can be helpful for manually deleting entries. If you do decide to have an auto-incrementing ID field, then you very likely shouldn't index it, since that will end up taking much more space than just the, let's see, MySQL data types. So numeric type, I just want to see what, does it mention the sizes of these? Yes, it does. Okay. Yeah, so this sounds interesting. Well, I don't think I'm going to put in the auto-incrementing ID. Oh, no, it is kind of helpful to have. No, but I'll have created at. I'm so torn. Part of why I'm torn is because right now the way that I'm doing these migration files is that I just have big increments. Big increments is unsigned, not null, primary auto-incremented. And I think it also has something on it that makes it an index. Wait, does it? I think it does. Huh. Oh, James, this is like the most helpful thing ever. And I split it up like this, but let me see if I can show you this stuff. Hang on. Just making sure this stuff is all public stuff. It should be. Yeah, okay, it is all public. Yeah, so I split it up into these categories, but I want to show you kind of how this is set up for me. So I have a coding category. This thing has gotten very large because each coding language I think should have its own section in here, because that's what I started doing for Node, and Node now has a ton of categories too. And I've got something for databases just for these couple of things, operating systems for whenever I switch back to Mac or Unix or something, programs, so any existing stuff like Postman. There's actually tons of things in here. Because every new program I use now where I'm like, I might have to use that again, I set up here. And some of these I'm so grateful to have, like this one, for example. Whenever I do a stream that isn't just me playing a game or me programming, I sometimes need a software, whatever this thing is called. I don't know, sound card essentially. Hey Ben Foster, where'd I learn to code? I've got this Adam's Code Journey. Yeah, welcome back. I think you followed yesterday, right? So if you want some inspiration for what to name your knowledge notebooks around technology, this stuff can help. I don't know what scripts is. Oh, Amazon dash button script. Huh. Yeah, neat. Anyway, let's go back to MySQL for a sec. Hey, Batman. And hey, Sita. Sita, I never asked you, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Maybe I did ask you. No, I never asked you. You prefer Sita or Sita? Yeah, so I think big increments, this will be used as a primary key for the table. Yep. Also available as big increments. Yeah, we would want just an integer column if we're going to do that. I don't think it's necessary. We'll just add a new table. Now we really should make use of migrations for this. Name.wrong. What's that URL? And Perry. Hey, you safe. Welcome back. Did you figure out your code commenting concerns? Yeah, let's make a new migration file. It's about time. So we have this one and we have, where'd the other one go? Oh, did I consolidate them? I think I consolidated them. Why did I do that? Alright, I know why I did this. It's just too bad. Yeah, migrations. I'm finally going to make a new file. What game making software do you use and what computer should you get if you want to code a game? So what game making software do I use? I'm just using a text editor. And you can find out more about all the stuff that I'm using here. If you go to the FAQ and you look at this question, what program am I using for blank? So Sublime is what I'm using to type code in. And what kind of computer should you get? You don't even need a special computer. Whatever you're typing on right now, even if it's a phone, you could technically write code. There are a lot of resources that are in the cloud and everything. And that's where I'd link you to this. You can take a look at some of these. If you want to know about my computer, that's written here, but you don't need a computer like that. Part of the reason my computer is like that is because I need to stream. And streaming is pretty CPU intensive. So yeah, my CPU, my old CPU was at like 70% most of the time. So I needed to upgrade. What am I using for stress testing? I'm not really using anything for stress testing right now. What are my temps at? I don't have a measurement program right now. So we need to save a new one of these. I don't know how you're supposed to do this. I might have written something down. Let's take a look. Migrations, here it is. Modify connects to include your environments and connections. Set up your database. Make the migration file. See next section for more notes on the structure of this. Oh, here it is. Connects, migrate, make, migration name. Wow. This is why you write notes, people. I don't need to do anything. I can just run this stuff. Huh. Cool. Touch your PC to see if it's hot. So do we have connects just anywhere? BLACDB migrations, connects. Can we just run this? It's not that one that I wanted to run. Connects. I guess I'd have to rename this. What does this do? It just runs node. Yeah, let's rename this to connects2.cmd. Whoops. Hey, Simon. There we go. So now, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. So the migration name here is going to be chips. Do we need any other database? Make a chips table. And that's it. Okay, no, so just chips. Make chips. No connects file found. Specify path with dash connects file. What? Where's my connects file? It's in the database folder. Ugh, fine. Database. So I just had to run this same thing, make chips. Done. Perfect. There it is. Things are going really well, Simon. I've been chugging right along, making some good progress. I think that by the end of tomorrow, we should be pretty much done with this chip stuff, which I had given myself 10 days for. And I'll have done it in 3 days, I think. So really all that is poor estimation. It's not that I'm doing so much better than I was supposed to be doing. It's not even poor estimation. I'm really kind of just cutting corners on some stuff. Yeah. We're going to need to do some more work eventually on normalizing this whole buff system that I have, because there are some bugs right now. I don't plan on fixing them yet. So it's just going to be broken, probably even for beta. We'll see. Okay, well, there we go. So now we can load up this chips file. Where did it make this? Here. Cool. Connects and promise. We probably want these things. Although we don't need all of them. We don't need those three. So I guess we don't need really any of them. And nice, James. That's great. So what's our simplest table that we can make? This one. So we'll just copy paste this over to here. And then we use this over here. So all we really have is the one promise. This is going to be create chips table promise. We get rid of these. We're going to have different keys here altogether. This will be called chips. Then when we're done, I don't even know if we have any other promises. We might. User ID will probably be a foreign key. So we'll have to set that up. Yeah, finally making a migration. It's about time. And promise.all, we never actually use Bluebird promises. I suppose it doesn't matter. I have a bunch of silly thoughts in my head. Alright, user ID. I wrote index for this. We have to index just the primary key, which is indexed by default, I think, right? Primary key is always indexed. That's probably something worth writing down in here. You know, is there any way in OneNote to go to a particular header? Like, I know that I have primary key, but if I search primary here, I find 7 matches. I want to just find this as a match. I wonder if that's possible. Oh well. So according to this, which I really should just share this particular link. According to this Stack Overflow post, primary keys are always indexed. So you shouldn't have to set up anything special for that. Make sure the composite of user ID and chip ID is a primary key. I don't think this is what I want to do exactly. I need to index on this as well. Index the table on just user ID as well. Is there a shortcut for bullet points? Yeah, control period. What's unfortunate is that control period is bullet point. And by the way, control, ooh, what just happened? Don't like this. Yeah, let's delete that. So yeah, control period is bullet point. I believe control comma is, no, control slash is for numbers. But in Google Sheets and Google Docs and whatever else, Control-Shift-8 is bullet point. So I find myself doing both of these depending on which program I'm in. So user ID is a foreign key into the users table. This will have been set up after the other one, but we might as well just do it afterward. Foreign key. Where else do I do this? I don't really do this. I don't know. And then we have chip ID, and chip ID is just going to be an integer that's also not nullable. I don't neochromer. So this will be chip ID. Unsigned, it can be signed. Not nullable, not an index, doesn't reference anything. Doesn't have a default. That all makes sense. And then finally table dot, probably just a date time. Created at, yeah. Hey Warner, nice name change. How's it going? How was your streaming today? Okay, now here's the part where I'm lost. I need to do a couple of things. I have these 3 bits. I need to make a composite of these as the primary key. I have no idea how to do that. Where is connects? Composite. Oh man. Thought you wouldn't recognize me. I'm one step ahead of the game. Look for table.primary. When called on a single column, it will set that column as a primary. To create a compound primary key, pass in it. You know what I should do here? I should write in this note, aka a primary composite key or primary compound key. There, because I wasn't going to search for that correctly. Thanks, Toulouse. We'll keep your ratio up. So yeah, table.primary and then both of these. Constraint name defaults to that. Okay, cool. So I don't care about a constraint name here. We just have to do this. We specify 2 columns. This should be done after the table's been created. And this needs to be done like this. So this will be chips table.primary. It's going to be user ID and chip ID. And then I also want an index on this. It already is an index. Oh, that was easy. Okay. Cool. What am I working on? So in Botland there are chips, and there's a whole bunch of information on this stuff, which I'll just spare you. Let me show you how it worked before. So how it worked before is you'd register for an account, and you would just automatically have all of the different chips in the game. There are only 4 right now. And these chips provide a buff to your entire defense. So if I put something like armor boost, then all of my bots are going to take 5% less damage until this dies. So if I were to test this out now against, let's say, these bots. So my bots currently have that buff. This thing is going to get killed though, and then they won't have that buff. Or it'll just not get killed. Fine, make a fool out of me. All right, it's slowly taking damage. So yeah, when this thing finally dies, you lose this buff. Well, the problem is everyone always had all 4 of these. There was no way to buy them. There was no way to check if they were in your inventory. So that's what I've been working on. And also just some different features. So right now when you click and drag, this was the old code for this. Now when you click and drag, you've got this cool preview thing here. So yeah. And also you can just click and sort of paint them on. So I can just click here. It's working pretty well. But yeah. Just slowly making progress. We're working on the inventory portion of this. Thanks, Warner. Yeah, where are you at with the development of your game? So these things are done. This table represents which chips are unlocked for which players. I intentionally didn't add a regular ID column since I don't think it's going to be of much value. What do you do when you're not streaming? So I will sometimes play games. I'll sometimes play piano. I'm married, so I spend a lot of time with my wife. And I exercise a decent amount every week. Actually, one of the things, my wife just signed us up for a 10K run in, I think, August. And I haven't been running almost at all this year. I was doing like a couple of miles when I went to the gym each time earlier in the year. And then I'm like, I'll just lower it to a mile. And then I figured, you know what? I don't really like being sweaty during my workout. So I'm just not going to run at all. So I couldn't work on it for about 5 months, trying to push a lot. Moved out of pre-alpha and will be around 5 to 7 months from now to finish alpha. Yeah, my time in alpha is going to be hopefully a total of about 8 months because I started in January and I want to have the beta out in August. But that's good, and Godspeed, Warner. Running is your hobby. I've never really enjoyed running. The most enjoyment I've gotten out of it is trying to improve my 1 mile time because I feel like by improving it, you're cutting off the most time you can possibly cut off of a run. If you're gonna, well, I phrased that poorly. If you're gonna run for 20 minutes, there's no speeding that up. You're just running for 20 minutes. But if you aim for distance, you can improve that. So I like looking at it from that perspective. Do you run at the gym or outside? Really either. Yeah, I don't mind running on treadmills. I don't mind running outside. But I'm probably just gonna train with my wife for this. I don't really care about winning a race or anything. I've never cared about that. I'm not a very fast person, I think. Yeah, Warner. Amazing how much work goes into these, and there's no guarantee that any of this even succeeds. I feel like Botland could be produced and then the stream plays it and people are like, well, I'm done with it now. So I hope that doesn't totally happen. Okay, so this part's done. We need to run the migration. Have the server make sure you own a chip before you try to use it. This probably means that part of getting player details. Oh, you know what else this is probably gonna mean is that we need to give people. Oh, this is gonna totally break. Yeah, we might need to reset everything for this. I'm not sure. Players won't have access to the chips though. Maybe I should go through everyone's serialized defense. And if they are using a chip, give them permanent access. Give everyone access to the regeneration chip, maybe? Or all of the chips? I think just give everybody access to all of them. Give everyone access to all of the chips by creating rows in the chips table. There we go. Why is everyone such a fan of endurance running? I've never really tried the sprinting medium distances thing. I guess, yeah, I'm not really a fan of running, I should say. Hey, WOW. Tell me the difference between alpha and beta in general. So in general, here's the best description I've heard of this stuff. Alpha is all game mechanics are present. Not all content is present. Beta is all content is present. And then finally release is everything is ready. So a certain amount of polish went into it and feedback and whatever else. So I'm not naming my releases according to this. I don't have all the game mechanics present in alpha. My goal is that for beta that's there, but not all content is there. And then at release, we'll have all of the content ready. I'm not sure about polish though. All right, see you, young Kocha. Take care. And yeah, I saw you say that the first time, Mr. Jin. I do think marketing this with other streamers is going to be important because you can't play a game you don't know exists. Okay, so we should maybe we should make an API that just gives everybody every chip. I'm not totally sure about that. We're going to need something along these lines. There's got to be something that lets you buy a chip. Huh. Okay, let's do this. Let's make a debug API that only I should be able to call. What are other APIs that only I can call? I don't even know what they are. I don't even know how I'd make sure that only I call them. Let me think about this. Or we could just modify the database directly. Just for every user, go add in chips. No, I think I'd rather have the game do this. But even that's not going to be fun to do. Where just every time you log in, it gives you those chips if you don't already have them. Not sure how I want to do this. Yeah, interesting, Warner. I think since there's no real standard, it doesn't matter too much, but I think there are a lot of games nowadays where people just stay in an early access stage forever. All right, see you, banana. And I wanted to avoid that, for me at least. Yeah, I'm not sure how I want to do this. I'm not sure how players are going to get these chips if I don't write an API for it. But do I want to? I could route this through the overseer. Just have it do this on startup. I could write a special script for it. Yeah, there are a bunch of things I can do. I just need to pick one. So let's just do something here. Yeah, I'll make an internal API. I have things that require super tokens. I just am not positive if I use these at all. Like get all defenses. Do I have a way to call this? Let me take a look. I got to do this off screen for a second. Super token password. Okay. So can I just call get all defenses with that? HTTP account server rest host. And what is this /defense? And I'm supposed to get it with super token. How does this work? Token payload. Okay, I don't think so. I think I gotta do BL token. Oh, I remember how this works now. Okay, I remember it. Okay, I can show this on screen then. So we need to go get a super token. There's no get super token. Here it is. So we just hit send, and then we get it. This is token though. This says it's a super token. And then we call whatever that other API was that I just had. This. We hit send. Not authorized. Try again. Still not authorized. What? What? Yeah, well, you know what? Something like that could happen to me. I want to release Botland at some point, but it might take a long time to get more features into the game. But at least it will have been released, albeit V1. We'll have payments in the game. Because I can't just keep going with no payments and everything for the next 3 years. I can't figure out why this isn't working exactly. We had get/defense. It's this one. We say require super token, but we never actually get the token here. Shouldn't there be verified token middleware in here? Get the token. Yeah, all right. I screwed this up. Requires super token. This can only work if we also do this. What else requires this? Getting all users, and that's it? There's 2 APIs. Whew. All right, well then we gotta restart this. All right, see you, Warner. Take care. Thanks for dropping in. You followed me for 10 days. It's quite a length of time. Okay, that works. Of course, this is saying Adam. I don't know why. Maybe... Yeah, I don't know why. What happens when I say users here? Did not code a get all users. What? What is this? Did not code get all users. Oh, so I'm supposed to put filter by name or email? Name. Okay. So question mark name. No user found with that name. Name equals Adam. Whoa. Why is it printing out a password? What? Get user by name or email. Select password. I don't know why that happened. Is there anywhere this is used? Oh, this is the database wrapper. Oh, so then it probably is used somewhere else. I see. Old password. So we must need the new password somewhere. This is probably for changing things. Where is it? No, we never tend to use this, do we? Here it is. Yeah, okay. Hey, Jath. Yeah, I know why this is done, and it makes sense, and this never gets sent to the user, and even if it did, it's not their plain text password, it's a hashed and salted password. Hey, type 10. Okay. So what this means is that we need to make another super token API that gives all of the chips to all of the users. And yeah, it's a web game right now. I'll eventually make it into apps. I hope I'll eventually make it into apps. Killer QVV, I think you linked that to the wrong person. Hey, Sound of Gaming. Okay, well, let's make a new API. So just copy paste this, and we will call this posting to grant chips. Sure. And we'll call this grant chips, and this will be grant chips as well. All right, done. Huh. So return this database wrapper grant debug grant chips. This is what this should have been named. Debug grant chips. That way it's obvious that I should delete this eventually. Debug grant chips. Granted chips to all players. Dot catch error. Just copy paste these same things here. So I should be the only one who can call this. We don't actually have this API yet. And I don't think I've ever written an API like this before, so I think it's going to be a little bit difficult. Something that acts on every single player in the code base. No, I did something like this. I just don't know where. Something that did like a limit. Where was it? Wiping out every single match. Yeah, that. Invalidate. Oh, I used to do this. But now I don't have to. Hey, Deadbringer. How am I hashing passwords? Gotta figure out how this works. So just iterate over all users and add chip entries for each one. Is there an easy way to do this though? And make sure that I got every single user in the game? Because what if I had 10,000 users or something? I wonder how I'd do that. I don't mind if this is slow. I just want to figure out a way that's reliable to do this. I don't know. Yeah, null pointer, every 10 minutes you get 1 point. Every 10 minutes that you're in chat. And subscribing doesn't actually give you any points. Only following does, and that's only once. And Killer Review is joking, null pointer. But yeah, MD5 was never, it's never been safe for secure hashes. MD5 is still totally fine for hashes of things. If you have a bunch of images on your hard drive and you want to figure out, hey, has the data changed? You can use MD5 for that. It's totally valid. What's the command for points help? Isn't it points help? I don't. I knew it. You were messing with me. Okay, so here's one way I could do this. I could say get all the users, select ID, and MVP days. Thanks for following. And then I could say dot then dbresp. So now I'll have a bunch of these things. I could just print this out. But then I could iterate over all of them and make promises for all of them. That's not a good idea though, because I should be chunking these. Hey, Pickle. Yeah, right. Not for hashing passwords, definitely. Hey, Lucombo. What programming languages do I use? I just use JavaScript for this. This entire project is in JavaScript. So let's try this. We'll restart the account server. We'll call into this API. So we have to post to grant chips. And all it's going to do is print out the user IDs. Great. So we could say const all user IDs equals map dbresp ID. So now we have all the IDs, but if this were, a million different users, we're not going to go spawn a million different commands. Maybe we leave it to the database to do that. Return this dot connects chips dot. I don't know how to do this. So you know all those other languages? Do you have other personal projects ongoing? No, Botland is the only thing I wanted to work on because I feel like this is my one shot at making a game like this. And if I deviate from this by working on other projects, then I'm lowering the success chance of Botland. So I don't want to do that. Okay, I don't know. Let's just MySQL. Is there some concept of this? syntax. How long did it take me to learn JavaScript? I mean, I unofficially learned it by making this game. It took a couple of years to make that game. I wouldn't say it took that long to learn JavaScript. It was probably a month or two. But I didn't really learn it correctly. After that, I ended up reading a book called JavaScript: The Good Parts, and I think that was much more helpful. Is there a reason you went with JavaScript for this game instead of something else? And yeah, there is. The biggest reason was so that you could eventually play the game by just going to a URL, clicking connect, and you'd be done. You're in the game. Having as little friction as possible is why I chose JavaScript. So you don't have to download anything, you don't have to trust anything, you just go to a website, you're playing the game. Huh, interesting to lose. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I should do this. Because one of the things I could do, there's... Hey, Safer. Thanks for following. One of the things I could do... No, never mind. I apparently can't do this. Normalize our keys on multi-row insert. Hey, Tropical Banana Man. I don't think I've seen you in a while. What's been up? So I could just make a bunch of arrays of these things. I kind of want to try this for a sec. Alright, so const insert values equals this for each all user IDs. User ID. Insert values dot push. So we have the chip ID is going to be 0, the user ID is going to be user ID, and created at is going to be new date or date.now, one of the two. So we do this and we do this a certain number of times. Wait, what's the signature for this? N and then an iterate. Okay, so N is going to be 4, and this is going to be chip ID. Okay, let's let's try this. Not a good idea. How's the game coming along? I have just the answer for you. If you check out the last recap video on this list, you'll see everything new in 2017, except for the last 2 weeks. But yeah, replay number 31 there. Done adding chips for everyone. This may work, but it's not smart. I wonder what we get back as a response here. Let's take a look. And let's try it. Not like I have any other leads here. So we click this button and we got an error. Botland.chips does not exist. That makes sense because I never actually created that table. So let's go create the table. Drop database botland. There's an issue on this. Alright, let's take a look at this in a sec. But thank you, Toulouse. Ooh, didn't work. Gotta go into this and not say that something is signed, apparently. Why does table.integer sign not exist? Unsigned did, so I just assumed signed would. Yeah, that's it. There's no signed integer. You just don't specify something. Oh well. Username Adam already taken. What? I don't know why that's happening. Does it work now? Hey, it did. Cool. So use botland, describe chips. All right, perfect. Now we go restart all these things. And then we try calling this function. So it said it worked. It didn't actually work though. I never threw the error outside of here. Internal server error. Connection refused. TV resp 0. 0 means it inserted one value into the database. That can't be right. What's going on? Did it even put one in? Oh, it put a lot of them in. Nice. Huh. Well, that works perfectly. So if I were to try doing this again, it would fail because we already have them in there? Yeah, duplicate entry. Ooh, okay, this will suffice for now. But I should eventually figure out how to do this the right way, which is, I think, what Toulouse linked in. This dot from what? Okay. I will just have to write this down because I'm not going to try this out right now. Hey, Dalsy. How you doing? I think I'll just leave it like that. So for now, I guess this is fine. We should probably also say how many users this happened for. Logger.info. Adding adding num chips for size all user IDs users. Okay, there, that's that. Then we just close out of this. How everything's going on my end? They're going well. I think this is taking about the amount of time I expected it to. I think. Yeah, this won't work unless I delete everything from chips. So let's just do that. Delete from chips. And then we'll just run this one more time. And now it says adding 4 chips for 4 total users. So it's 4 chips each for 4 total users. Great. You estimating in days or in story points? Yeah, I think that I originally wanted this to take 10 days, and I'm planning on it now taking 3 days, but I cut some things out. And it might end up taking 4 or 5 days. That's fine with me. You got a floppy drive today? Why? Please don't do whatever you're going to do. I don't want to ever find a floppy disk on my front doorstep because I will destroy it. Thought you killed your computer. More like thought null pointer killed your computer. Okay, so we're gonna have to call this API. Give everyone access. Post to grant chips using a BL token set to super token. Do not do this on screen. I wonder if I did this on screen, I wonder how many of you would know how to exploit what I did. Would I even know how to do that? And Zulu, thanks for following. What about your mailbox? No. It get destroyed no matter what. So if I leaked the super token on stream, what does this even contain? Let's just take a look at the real super token from the local version. Let's find out what happened to... What is going on here? Where's... What? Where's the header that I had for this? I am a little confused because we should have... This UI is wrong. There it is. Where did this come from? I think it was just a glitch. Anyway, here's the super token. How do we copy this value? I apparently cannot. Well, gotta do this off screen then. Yeah, so there we go. We take this and we type it into JWT right here. And we get super user is true. Yeah, so all this would let you do is be a super user, and I have exactly 3 APIs that require super user, and none of them are very interesting. So I guess it doesn't really matter if I leak this. What matters more is if I leak the password for it, which on localhost is the word password. And on production, I don't even know, because it's just some randomly generated value that I have stored somewhere. Well, great. At least we know. So we should check in what I just did. Have the server make sure you own a chip before you try to use it. Yeah, I think it's already doing that. No, I'm nearly positive it is. It's password on prod too. Well, somewhere equals keypass, maybe. I think it's stored in Ansible somewhere. So debug grant chips. You know, if I could type, this would have gone much faster. So debug API to grant 4 chips to all players. We should probably have players start with a chip or just make chips free. One of those needs to happen. And then what's this stuff? Anything helpful? Yeah. Also, there's a debug API that gives all players in the database access to all of the chips. This needs to be called manually with a super token. Did you hear Ansible? Yes, you did. So have the server... That's pretty good, Kelsey. Have the server make sure you own a chip before you try to use it. The easiest way to do this is this way. We just take regen and we cut this out. And now we restart the game server and try to save a defense that uses a regen chip, and it shouldn't work. So here we go. Click connect, we click edit, Wait. What happened here? Oh, I deleted the database. That's right. Okay, then let's connect as Atom 1. So we'll just make a simple defense, as always. The typical 9 bots. There. So when we put down an armor boost chip in save, it should work. When we put down a regen chip in save, it should fail. No error provided, but the real error is trying to use a chip despite that it's not available. Is there any way to lose chips? No. You can't lose them, you can't sell them. Yeah, okay. So this works. So this is already done. We just need to do this the right way. Hey, Pro Sam. And hey, Lethal Wire. You'll effectively gain them back. What, Lethal Wire? Chips are permo upgrades? Oh, no, okay, hang on. So there's two different things to say here. One is outside of a game, you have to like research the chip that you want. So you've got things like regen and armor boost and whatever else. Inside of a game, you have to place a chip on your defense. That chip then has a life value and can be destroyed. But this doesn't unresearch your chip outside of the game. So hopefully that makes sense. Oh, I see. Leave away. Yeah, I don't have to worry about invalidating defenses there. So just to be clear here, in order for them to show up in this bar over here, once they show up here, they'll show up here forever. For you, for that particular user. But then these chips, like I said, you can see the life bar on them. During an individual match when you're testing, this chip can be destroyed. And when it's destroyed, it stops providing its buff. But then the next time someone attacks you, it'll be there again. Can you add a really swift little word swapper so English people like me don't read armor? Oh, you mean the localization options? Those will be there eventually. Do armor and regen affect other chips? No, they don't. So there will be chips that affect other chips. I haven't added any of those yet, though. Do you guys have access to this document? And remember, only one person actually needs to tell me yes or no. But if you do have access to this, you can just read through the chip ideas that I have so far. And Nebularis, thanks for following. I requested, oh yeah, don't worry about this then. All right, well, so yeah, some of these are very different ideas from what you see over here. The ones that we have in the game right now just affect your bots and are really easy to understand. So something like regenerate life. Some of these other ones, though, are going to be a little bit more complex. So let's see. I don't know, something like this. Your CPU is immune while this chip is alive. I haven't coded this yet. This buffs your CPU, not your bots. But it very drastically changes the rules of engagement for that match. So if you see your opponent has 5 of these, then first of all, that means that they're not getting any buffs from something like regeneration. So they gave up life regeneration. But now that means you need to kill 6 of their structures. So could be an interesting strategy, could be terrible. Don't know. That'll be up to the players to find out. So Pro Sam, localization is very unimportant until we actually have players playing the game. Even then, I wonder how much it would really stop people who want to play the game. Like, there's not too much that we need to localize for you to understand what's going on in the game. Still waiting for EMP to get buffed. I don't think EMP will ever be changed. I think EMP is good in certain situations. You could share the documents to write so someone could translate the strings into a specific language. Yeah, I could do that, but I would have no verification over that. Which I guess is true even if you hire a professional company. It's not like I just speak all the human languages, so I have to trust someone to do it, whether it's you guys or someone else. Alright, see you save. Is it possible to change where chips are? You set your defense as is, so changing CPU and chip location makes sense for player-player basis. So you have sockets right now that are based on your computer level, and they're the same for everybody. So if right now I can only put down one chip, so I can pick, do I either want it here or do I want it here? But those are the only two places I can put it. So you can't move this socket. And as you level up, so if I do something like this, where I say use botland, update users, set computer level equals 5, where it equals 1. So now I'm level 5. I'll just refresh the page. And at level 5, I get 3 chips, and we have 5 sockets now. So I can choose where to put these. So you might try to group them all together. That way you can defend them a little bit easier. So maybe you put your bots like this. And then you're completely weak from down here if someone wants to attack your CPU. But there's nothing to really test that right now. Cheating, cheating, cheating. Hey, free baddie. I didn't say not any human languages. I said not all. That joke would only work if I said not any. And I was somehow speaking English still. Let's see. So the account server needs to send to the game server all the chips that you have access to. This is only needed for when you validate your defense. So we should only do it for that particular case. So we have populate player details. Oh, that's not true. It's needed for 2 different cases. Validating your defense and then also sending them to the player. Yeah. Hey, Killer Venom. Am I going to add a rank? There's already matchmaking ratings in the game. If you go to play.bot.land, if you already have an account, you can click at the upper right and you can see your rank. Well, assuming you're in the top 100, you can see your rank. Otherwise, too bad. So yeah, you have matchmaking ratings already. See a null pointer. So when you attack someone else, your attack rating, so mine is 1448, is matched with their defense rating. So theirs is 1535. So this is pretty close. So we were able to play against each other. And now I can take a look at his defense and try to counter it. Do I want to counter it? What weapons does he have on his mod? Lasers, melee, artillery. No, I'm not going to use EMP. Alright, you know what? We're not going to figure this out. We're just going to try to kill him with it. It's not going to work. We use a couple of these. And one of these. Ooh-wee. That did not work. Can never beat pawn. Wait, no. Maybe this will beat him. Oh, actually, I think this is exploiting a bug right now. Although I did it unintentionally. And I'm probably still going to lose. Hey, Frank. Is this a browser game? Yeah, it is. Well, for right now it is. Hey, I've won. What? Thalsy, I think that's one of the greatest bots. You don't like the Ladybug bot? Ladybug. Whoops. I think this is great. Stuck sprite at the end of a phase. What? I think what you might be talking about here, Sam, is this around the CPU? Is that what you're talking about? Otherwise, I'm not totally sure what you mean. Hey, Timon. Maybe you're talking about the fire sprite, in which case that is supposed to be there. That represents that is on fire still. So let me show you an example of that. We'll put down these bots. So this indicates that it's burning. It's not the greatest graphic, sure. But yeah, it looks like it's stuck. This is to represent that these are still on fire. So if they cloak, they'll be visible. And if I just don't even touch them, they'll take damage still. So if I put my bots down here, watch as this one dies almost immediately. And then this one probably dies shortly thereafter. Yeah, that one's dead already. And then, oh, this one's no longer on fire. Also, they have repair and they have regeneration. So, yeah. Did I even attribute a gender to the ladybug? I don't know if I did. Now I lost. No, they would have burned. Where did it all go wrong? Oh, there's a bug. Huh. How did that happen? Assertion error, like a million times. Forgot to define a serialized function for display of fire. No. No. Oh, man. All right, we gotta write this down as a bug. Or maybe we already have it. Yeah, I already have this as a bug. Oh well. There's no way to watch the replay because there's no serializing this thing. And it should be dead simple to serialize too. I think this bug would be really simple to fix. Meanwhile, Cucumber Owl beat me. But I think he cheated. He used the cloaking and artillery strategy, which is just super overpowered. Well, he added reflect into the mix. That doesn't change that it's overpowered. Nerf. Somebody nerf this. Alright, I'm going to actually get back to work. Yeah, so we only need this for two different things. We only need this information in two cases. Validating your defense and sending available chips to the player. Cloaking artillery isn't cheating. It pretty much is. I've expressed the desire to nerf cloaking so that that's not possible. So until I've done that, you're cheating by using it. Am I the only one who's working on this? No, Frank. I'm the only developer on it, but there are some artists. There was a sound designer. Anyway, you can check out some of the questions here. So yeah, how many people are working on Botland? I think you also asked about it being a web game. There's some information here at the top about Botland. It would be great if you were the creator of the game and could nerf things. Yeah, but it's going to take a lot of time to do that. The nerf that I want to apply to cloaking is that you can't shoot while cloaked. And to be honest, I don't know if that'll really fix this problem. I think artillery is just very powerful. I'm not really sure how I'm going to balance this stuff. But I want that strategy to only be possible when the defender is careless and not all the time. Asking the real questions. Yeah. Okay, so server, when we call in the validate defense, which is here, so that you can save your defense. The other thing we need to do is get this dot populate player chips, which could be part of populate player details. We do this in a few different locations. But it's already its own thing. Might as well just make it different middleware. Populate player chips. Rec press next. So we need this. Turn this dot database wrapper dot get chips for user ID dot then. This will just be db chips and dot catch error in populate player chips for user. Oh, we probably need a rest.send 500 here. Is it more so an exploit than a cheat? A cheat would imply. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah. I wonder who used it first. I don't care who used it first. Where's the... Oh, there it is. That'll never get old. Alright, database wrapper, let's get... So we want to select from chips where user ID equals user ID. And what do we want to select? I guess the only columns there are. Select chip ID. Actually, we really only need chip ID. Yep. Why is Spurtman me in this situation? I gotta copy this conversation. Yeah, there we go. Master branch trademark 0153. So we get DB chips. These are really chip IDs. We should just return get chip IDs for user. Dot then DB resp return map DB resp ID. How many monitors? Just 2. That's crazy. So here we're going to do a set blinfo on chip IDs, available chip IDs. Okay. Populate player chips. Cool. So in validate defense, we just need to send the chips over to, it could just be part of player details. The unfortunate part is that this is a formal object, but there's no problem putting it in player details. Is there? Or is there? Yeah, I feel like it should be in player details. All right, I changed my mind. Great. Well, what a waste of time that was. Right, because we're going to have this... Wait, no. How are you going to get this for yourself then? Have this return. Trying to think of... If I didn't put it in there, then we'd go to validate defense. We call this. We pass in a parameter. There'd have to be a parameter for available chip IDs. Yeah, I think that's fair. No, this is the best way right here. We do this. We say available chip IDs. Then we pass this into here. validate defense needs to use that. So if we go to game rest server, we get to validate. We make sure that this is an array. Was not an array. This is not was not specified. A boolean. It's not really that important. So let me just pass this into here. We arrive at validate defense, and we get available chip IDs. So let's print that out, stringify available chip IDs, and rerun everything. And you'll see, plain as day, that everything's working perfectly. So we click this button, and we click this button. Ignore that. Then we click this button. Plain as day. Get chips for user is not a function. What did I call it? Get chip IDs for user. Let's try that again. Well, something broke. Because this is... Come on, why is this blocked? Something's going wrong here, and I don't know what it is. I said plain as day we wouldn't see any problems, but we are clearly seeing... Oh, I forgot to call next. Whoops. Well. Yeah. Okay. Oh, come on, the ladybug is great. You're a hater. Did it work? Available chip IDs is not defined. Well, that would tend to mean that no, it didn't work. But that should fix it. Got it. I did it. Look at that. Null. That's wrong. It's totally broken. It's not called ID. Man, I messed up everything. It's chip ID. You deserve that, Delzy. Hey, Raw. How's it going? Did we finally get this working now? It says null. That means I need to restart this. Is there a donate button? No, there isn't. Did it work finally? It did. 0, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. So now that we know that, all we need to do is use that here. Instead of hard coding in all of these chips. So we just delete this. Perfect. That's it. It works. Okay, let's try it out. So here's what we do. Having replication issues in your game? Spend 2 streaming and debugging it? Huh. Rod, do you have any sort of journaling or way to reproduce a bug in a game? Because maybe you should work on that next instead of trying to fix that particular issue first. For example, if you have a game where, let's say, I don't know, it's a first-person shooter. If you record everybody's actions, so move straight, turn, fire gun, and then you replay those, you'd at least be able to reproduce the bug every single time as soon as you get it to happen once. What was the first programming language you learned? Were you good at it? It was some form of BASIC, and was I good at it? I didn't really spend the time formally learning it. So it was more just, hey, I want to accomplish this task. How do I do that? And then kind of hack away at it. But yeah, hi, Jamie. And server room hype. I like your name. What are your plans to monetize the game? In-game purchases? All right, let's help Pro Sam on this command so that he stops spamming it. Yeah, so this document talks about it. There are two things you're going to be able to buy in the game. So yeah, it'll be in-game purchases, and one of the major tenets was no pay to win. And no problem, server. Oh, maybe you're saying thanks for the your name is cool. In which case, it is. So here's what we're going to test. We're going to put in a chip. So there are some chips. Save. And now what we're going to do is we're going to wipe out the regen chip from this player. So here's what we do. Delete from chips where user ID equals 1 and chip ID equals 0. Now we try saving, and it says it failed because you don't have access to that chip. It's trying to use chip ID 0 despite that it's not available. Perfect. Well, good luck, Raw, definitely. And I don't think you're bringing anyone down. Don't worry about it. What would be the color of your new Lambo? I've never been a fan of, like, I'm not a car fanatic. I should just say that. So if I were to buy a more expensive car, it would be a practical car. And even then, I don't like driving. It's the old Adam that didn't bully people. Okay, so these things are done. Only show chips that you've actually unlocked. I think right now it's hard-coded to show 2 of them. I don't know where that's happening from, though. I think it's in here somewhere. Chip IDs. Selected. No, it'd be here. Chip IDs. Yes, here it is. But somewhere this gets... Oh, it's in client main. Set available chips. Yeah, here it is. Get rid of this code in the client's main. Which, before I forget, let's do this. So that needs to be gone. We just finished this, so let's check this in. Hey Ricardo, how you doing? Chip constant is defined but never used. Yeah, let's delete that. Although I don't know why that's never used. I don't think I changed this file, did I? I apparently did. Oh, that was from the game server. Okay, never mind. That makes sense. Okay, so get chip IDs for user. Get chip IDs for user. Gets which chips this user has unlocked. Number. Promise. So that looks good. What about this one? We now have populate player chips. Oops. Pop chips. There. Stores available chip IDs in the request. Good. Whoop. What happened with main there? Okay, so the real reason we did this entire change is just use actual chip inventory for validating defense. We're 1 character over the limit. Real. Perfect. Previously, we assumed that all players had all of the chips. Now we pull... Now the account server will pull your unlocked chips from the chips table in the database and send it to the game server for use in validation. Keep moving right along here. So only show chips that you've actually unlocked. That means the server needs to send you this information, which means that the server needs to expose an API for this, for getting chips. This shouldn't be very difficult. It's going to be like getting anything else. Where do we have getting something else? Missions, sure. Let's copy paste this down to here. This will be chips. We need this set up correctly too. Get available chip IDs. So we just need to call pop chips. And then that's it. This should be a really, really simple function. We just do available chip IDs. Rest.send 200. There, this can't fail. Because the middleware is what validates everything for us. In fact, if this doesn't exist for some reason, then no, it's got to be an array. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's that. All right, let's try calling that API. So we restart the account server, and we make a new API over here somewhere. Let's do defenses. We'll make a new, where's missions? God, it's so difficult to find this stuff. Not that. This one. Duplicate. And put it down here. And rename it to get available chip IDs. So we're going to go into chips, and that's it. Save and send. Could not verify token. Makes sense. We got to click this button. And then we go click the other button. And we see 1, 2, and 3. That is correct because we wiped out the 0 chip, which was regen. And Alien, thanks for the follow. All right, there, that's done. Now we need to call this from the client. So we need account server rest client. From here, fetch available chip IDs. Get chip API URL is chips. And what we return from all this, what does it look like? Oh, it's just an array. That's bad. This. So now it'll be a named property. So available chip IDs is what we call it. So that when we try to obtain it from the account server, we do it this way. And then that's it. We just need to set this in the same place that I did this. I set it all up. I just can't find it right now. Here it is. Available chip IDs. There. I think that should be it. Let's test it out. So we see regen, armor boost, and nothing else. What we should see is 1, 2, and 3. So damage, armor, and haste. If we see damage, armor, and haste, I'm going to be pretty satisfied with this. Nice. So yeah. And they should all be usable too. So if I try using any of these and I hit save, it works. Yeah. If I hack this so that I had regen again, it wouldn't work, which we already tested earlier. So that part's done. Done and done. Next is buying chips. Man, we've gotten through a lot of stuff this week so far. That entire API is boilerplate. So is this. This is the only good thing that I did with this commit. And it was all set up to do this already. So, hey Dash. Only show owned chips to player when editing it. So wait, what this means though is if I were to make a new account, we wouldn't have any chips. That dialog would just be empty. So if I register Adam5, yeah, it is empty. And that causes this thing to happen, which looks really weird. Hey, I'm still live. I'm going to cut this stream a little bit short. My uptime is only 6 hours, but I'm probably going to stop at the 7-hour mark. Yeah, I'm not going to go for 8 hours. Because I started late because of a dental appointment. So when editing your defense. So I should write this down somewhere on this list. if it's possible for you to have no chips in an actual scenario, then we need to modify the UI so that it doesn't shrink. Perhaps we just put a button that routes you to the store. Not sure what we're going to do yet, but I don't want to handle that now. So when editing your defense, any chips that you've unlocked will show in the chips panel. Note that there's no way to unlock chips right now, short of using the debug grant chips API or manually editing the database. So purchasing chips. Well, this should be the only fun part for me. Then we get into the UI, which I don't feel like doing. That's going to be a lot of, well, all right, let's focus on this part first. So we make a new API on the server that is posting to chips. You don't populate, actually we do need to populate player chips. And we also need to populate a little bit of your details to make sure you have enough money. No, we can't do that because that would be outside of the transaction. So we need to do that from within the transaction. What are the conditions here? Make sure you have enough money. Make sure you meet the hardware requirements. Yeah, and make sure you don't already own this chip. Hardware requirements. So we need your inventory at some point too, but you can't sell hardware, so we could get the inventory beforehand. There's no real point in doing that though. Okay. So buy chip. Make sure you're attempting to buy a valid chip ID, not just some totally made up thing. Is that Express.js? This is Restify, which is based on Express. It's supposed to be Express without all the cruft, basically. So yeah, it intentionally borrows heavily from Express. And that it more or less... That is more or less a de facto API for writing web applications. Yeah. Okay, so buy item for user. We're going to just copy paste this whole thing and make it be buy chip. So one of the things we'll need to do is validate the chip ID you're trying to buy. So this stuff is going to go away. Then buy chip. So we'll say extract chip ID. Where does this come from? Extract chip ID middleware. It could just be something like this. Where else is this used? Used for deleting missions. And this comes from parens. How do we call this? Abandoned mission. Set and send. Yeah, this is exactly what I want. Yeah, we want this thing then. But the name is going to be whatever the new thing is. Extract chip. Yep. Chip ID is parse int chip ID. Make sure it's a number. And then just set it. Then there's got to be a validation step. Maybe this should just do both of them. I don't see a reason why we'd only have one and not the other. Make sure this is a valid chip ID. Hey, Najman. I'm gonna have to purge that message only because the spacing's wrong, so I don't know what that actually looks like. And I don't know if it's vulgar, that means. So make sure this actually refers to a chip. It may be a chip that you already own, which we'll have to reject later. But for now, we just want to make sure it's valid. Which means we need chip constants somewhere. Which I don't think we have. No, we don't. But we must have some other kind of constants. Yeah, we have these. Okay, so how do we do this? Const chip data equals this. Get data by ID, chip ID. If is nil chip data, return rest.send 400 error. Chip ID does not correspond to a chip. Otherwise, that's it. We're done. Okay. So after all of that, we get to buy chip, and one of the things we're going to get is the chip ID, which will have come from extract chip ID, which I guess also validates it. And then that's it. We have the information we need. So we can start writing the APIs for buying a chip. So buy chip takes in this, it takes in this. We don't need any of this stuff. You're always buying one. So we need to know if you have enough money. So this part's done. Make sure you have enough money. Make sure you meet the hardware requirements. It has required hardware, but I don't know how this is going to work. Ensures that you have the hardware required to buy item ID. It's not really to buy an item though. That's what I don't like about this. Item template. We're gonna have to rename this. This would be has required hardware to buy item, and then there's gonna have to be has required hardware to buy chip, because they come from two different locations and they require different parameters as functions. So has required hardware function, we can leave that named the way it is. So that's all fine. But then this needs to change. So we change it to buy chip. We change this to buy item. And we change this to buy item. Then we'll have to make a new function. Export function. This takes in a serialized inventory and a chip ID. And we'll just say throw new error. I never coded this. Then back on the server, when it comes to buying a chip, we want this. We don't want any of these, do we? We need to know that you don't already own this. I'm not sure. Let's just pass in this. We don't need an item template depot. We'll just bind this to null. That's fine. Yeah. Then we need to make sure we actually modify the database. So for the chip you purchased, modify the database to subtract money. Yeah, looks good. So we need a function with this signature. User ID, what is it? Chip ID, and has required hardware function. Cool. Well, it starts the same way that all the other functions start. Yep. So we get a user. We want to get their inventory. No, we don't actually want that. We just want their money. We are bot coin diggers. Assert that this exists. Get their bot coin. Make sure it is at least as much as the cost. What is the cost of a chip? I have no idea. Well, cost of chip, I guess, could come from the same place where the hardware costs come from. They're static. They're supposed to change. Oh well. No, wait. What? Oh, it doesn't cost 15. It costs 25. Nope, not finding that either. How much? Do they cost 50? I think they cost 50 then. Yep, can't find it. Okay, well, time to just look this up. So if we go into the store here, buy price is 50. And for cosmetics, it's 20. Where are those numbers saved? Let's just look at buy item, I suppose. Oh, it's hard-coded directly into the item, isn't it? No, thank goodness. Okay, good. Cost of item, here it is. Item template.buy cost. Oh, this. Should have been constant somewhere. This is a bad idea. Well, so much for putting them in the same place then, huh? Guess we'll just make a new constant somewhere. Because the database wrapper already has access to that. So export const botcoin cost of chip equals 10. What? I don't think we need to write what that is. So we should pass in, well, we already kind of had this total cost. There. So not enough botcoin. This is not going to be there. Oh, we do need your inventory. Oh, darn it. This is so that we can figure out if you have the required hardware. So assert has required hardware. Serialized inventory chip ID. User doesn't meet the requirements to buy chip ID equals chip ID. There is no adding to the inventory. This doesn't matter. Something I'm missing here. Oh yeah, making sure they don't already have the chip either. We don't need to update their inventory. So chips, insert user ID, chip ID created at. User ID, chip ID created at. Looks good. Don't need to return anything. So the only thing left to do, this is done. This is done. Well, no, not quite. Write the function in inventory util. So I guess this is the call to it exists. Make sure you don't already have the chip. And then these things are done. And this is also done. So we just have 2 pieces left. Well, we will get to those 2 pieces when I come back from the bathroom. So be right back. Hey Fozzie Lambda. Back with dessert, how it's going? Yeah, I think things have been going pretty well. I'm almost done with the ability to buy chips on the server. Then I'd have to do it on the client. That's not going to be very fun to do. But we're almost done with the server side. So first things first, we do this, which is what we always do here. Then we check what the required hardware is. So we pretty much just copy paste this stuff. Oh, we need an item template debug. I thought this would differ. It doesn't. Buy chip still needs. Okay, so the way that this works now, we need chip constants. So we get chip data, chip ID. Then we get the required hardware from the chip data, should be saved here. And what is this? It's an array of, oh cool, so we just do this. There, we should be done with that function. And then make sure you don't already own this chip. So something's gonna have to select all of your chips that you have. Oh wait, no, we already did that. No, wait. We can't let you buy this twice, so we can't technically do things this way. Oh, this is why I don't like doing this stuff. So here's the problem. I don't know why you'd want to do this, but you could do this. You could start 2 buy chip requests, and unless I do this inside a transaction to check to see if you've already bought the chip, then what could happen is there's check to see if you've bought it. Then there's start transaction, see if you have enough money, make sure you have the required items, and then save the chip to your user. So if this check comes outside of the transaction, then you could buy 2 chips, 2 of the same kind of chip. So it has to happen inside the transaction. There's no other way to do this. I guess I could put rate limiting on buying chips, but no, it's not a good idea. So we get rid of this part, and we have to do it from here. Which is not so bad. The problem is that we want to be able to call this from within our transaction. The second request would just fail due to the primary key constraint. Oh, you're right. Yeah. You're right. Put this back to how it was. Yeah, so now buy chip gets the available chip IDs. And we pass that in here to buy chip as the third argument. Buys a chip for a user. This is an array of chip constants.ids, the chips that this user has available. The reason we can pass this in without having to worry about reading this from within a transaction is because this is only used to make sure a user doesn't already own the chip. If they try buying the same chip twice rapidly, it's possible that both requests will get to this point, but here, but that's where they'll fail the primary key constraint because the chip ID won't be unique. This isn't Boolean, it's a function. Yeah, good catch, Solus. So if that's the case, then we don't even need to do this inside of the database transaction. This doesn't have to be here at all. We could do this from outside of here to make sure you're not trying to buy something you don't already have. You know, that shouldn't be so bad. Yeah. So if we do this in the right order, validate chip middleware. Now get the available chips. Sounds good, Hideo. If includes this, the new chip ID. Return rest.send. So what status code would this be? I guess it's a client error. We could just say forbidden. Not forbidden, not acceptable. I don't know. Conflict. 409 is probably the most likely one. I'm just gonna pick 409. I don't really care. Error, you already own this chip. What's the snack? $410 gone. Teacup. Industry standard. No, Spurman, you need MongoDB for that because that's web scale. My software is not web scale. So as soon as there are two users, it's just going to ignite the computer on fire. That was redundant. Yeah, I need to use Mongo. Let's install Mongo later. We'll have a Mongo installation party. All right, I think this is fine then. Make sure you don't already own the chip. That's what's done here. Which, this part could just happen up here too, right? Chip ID. Yeah. Cool. Go back to the database wrapper, get rid of this. Put this comment in the server. So this is what we'll write. So the reason we can check available chip IDs here without having to worry about reading this from within a transaction, without having to worry about being in a transaction, is because this is only used to make sure a user doesn't already own the chip. If they try buying the same chip twice rapidly, it's possible that both requests will get to this function. Will make it to the database for insertion. But that's where they'll fail the primary key constraint. Harry and Scary, thanks for following. I feel like I got 2 followers right now. Cool. Okay. I think that's it, right? Make sure you don't already own the chip. So if we go into the database wrapper, we just have a check for money, required hardware, we update your money, we update the chip. So let's try it out. Okay, we're gonna go restart this. So the only chip we don't own is chip number 0. So we're gonna make a function that tries to purchase a chip. So we'll duplicate this. We'll rename this. So this will be buy chip. So we post to chips with the token and the chip ID. Chip ID. Chip ID will be 1, and I'll hit save. So we hit send, and we already own this, so it should fail. Yeah. We own number 2, so it should fail. Number 5 doesn't even exist. And number 0 should work. 201 created. Okay, let's check the database and make sure that's true. Select star from chips where user ID equals 1. Yeah, look at that. Created right now. Perfect. So if we try buying it again, yeah, it fails. You already own this chip. Nice, 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 nice. It's all working. Oh. Be able to buy chips. Oh, we're almost done with this whole list too. Look at this. I mean, 2 of these are UI, which means it's going to take forever. And one of them is rename. Consider working on this where you can place it. Oh yeah, this is done. This was supposed to be a huge item that I've already been working on for the last however many hours. So we can just cross this off the list. When editing your defense, only show chips that you own. That's already done too. What? I already... Huh. So yeah, we only have these items left. Wow. Wow. Well, I feel pretty good right now. I mean, I also feel like I don't want to work on the UI. We should at least take a look, though. So there were no linting errors. I should really write tests for all of this stuff at some point. Validate chip middleware. Validates that a specified chip ID. You know what? This needs to be an array. If this doesn't exist, then it's an error. If is nil available chip ID, return rest.send 500. Error in validate chip ID middleware. It's not defined, meaning this was probably called before. So validates that its specified chip ID exists and isn't already owned by this player. In order for this function to work, you must first call this. He's skirting around the problem right now. Maybe his nationality isn't Russian, even though he's living in Russia, but he's really a hacker. How absolutely ridiculous. Oh, what's this? That's not how buy chip works. I never did this. And why is next even called? Buy item doesn't have a next. Sometimes I wonder, why do I do the things that I do? I wonder where else we have one of these next functions that's just totally pointless. Like this, for example. This is middleware, so that's fine. Middleware, middleware, middleware. Yep, yep, yep. Okay. Get user by token. What is this done? How is this done, I mean? Questionable. Definitely questionable. This is never used as middleware. Keep going with this. Create super token. It's another one of those places that just never mattered. Yep. Create token. Cool. So many of these. These are minor errors though. The next function is just going to resolve to nothing. It doesn't matter. Yeah, most of these aren't going to matter because they're never used as middleware. Validate defense. That one actually does matter. Probably this one too. Maybe not. Generate and get user rewards. So many of these. Get invalid matches for player. I'm just trying to find all the instances of improperly used next functions here. Almost done. Populate player chips. Yeah. There. This is it. This is the last one. Get user. Where's get user used? Here. Does anything call into this? User/user ID. I don't think anything calls into this. Oh, here it is. Get user details. User ID, it's a get. Yeah, okay, I do use this. But this is the end of the line right here, so we don't need that. Ooh, cool. Looks good. So chips cost 10. I wonder if it actually lowered my money. I never checked that. We need to go verify that. So let's do this. Delete from chips. Select bot coin from users where ID was 1. So we have 65 money Let's buy 4 chips. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we should have 25 money. Perfect. Oh, and we should also test the case where we don't have enough money to purchase this. So we should be able to buy chip number 3 and number 2, but if we try to buy chip number 1, it's going to say not enough money. Yep, perfect. Nice. It's all working. Okay, I don't know how many of these things are going to be needed. I'll write descriptions for them anyway, but yeah, I don't think it's really necessary. And that's it. All right, so allow buying chips on the server. Note there's nothing on the client that can call into this API yet, so you have to call it manually if you want to buy chips for now. All right, so next up we'd work on the UI. I'm not sure that I want to start this right now though. $65 million tacos. If you were given 65 million tacos somehow, and you were tasked with making sure as many are eaten as possible, let's say you have a week before the tacos go bad, how would you do it? Probably be pretty tough. No, actually, would it be? No, that's like, well, it depends on where you live, I suppose. Because if you live in a big enough city, that could be like a taco per person per day. Yeah. But then your city would have to have 10 million people who can eat tacos. Probably have to. We got to think about this, guys. We got to come up with a solution to this. What if we get a loan of 65 million tacos? Just like Fozzie did. All right. I'll kind of just wrap up, I think. Here's what I want to figure out. What am I going to work on tomorrow if I get done with all of this stuff? Because this might take about 4 or 5 hours to do the UI stuff that I have here. Yeah. You wouldn't eat a taco given you by a random person? There'd probably be a news story, though, about this, and that would make you trust it a little bit more. Well, we've got to finish up the chip stuff. After we're done with that, fix chip buffs, yeah. Making sure they can get applied to other chips or the CPU, that they have source information, and that they get carried over correctly between phases. Am I still on track for beta? Yeah, I think so. So this tech tree stuff, we just need to finish up buying chips. Finish up the UI for buying chips and placing chips. And then we have these things left. So bots animating, taking out weapons, the tutorial. Yeah, if this stuff really ends up taking the amount of time that I have listed here, so 5 days and 2 weeks, So that would take me to like mid-June. And then I guess I'd have time to work on these things too. And that's it. We have 2 months to just work on releasing beta. Hey, Super Jumbo James. And hey, Written Blue. Stabilization is going to be pretty crazy though. Because any number of these things could expand infinitely. There are just so many items on this list, so many bugs to fix. How's it been going so far today? It's been going pretty well. The only real visible thing that I've been doing, so what I'm going to work on tomorrow, you see hardware and cosmetics up here. There's going to be another button called chips, and that's where you'll be able to buy the different chips that there are in the game, which right now you have to buy through an API. So why did... Oh, I see. Okay, let's just log in as another user. It is Tuesday today, well, for me at least. So, oh man, this user doesn't have chips either. All right, let's just give myself some money then. Update users set bot coin equals 1e6. And then let's buy a chip. Yeah, so this is what I wanted to show you. When I finally have a chip, apparently I had these all along, dragging now shows you the same grid lines that you see when you're dragging bots, which is really nice. You can also select them here and then use these to just kind of paint them on like you can for bots. This isn't totally working yet. So if you have a chip and you try overwriting one, it removes it and you have to place it. So that's still a little bit wonky. And same thing, if you had 2 chips down and you wanted to swap them, that doesn't work. It just removes them both. So these are almost working, and only the chips you have unlocked will show up here. So we're going to finish the rest of this tomorrow. I think that's it for today. Yeah, I think that's it for today. I know I'm ending this a bit earlier than what I originally planned. I thought it was already the same behavior before, no real regression. No, if you go to play.bot.land, which by the way I'm going to be shutting down pretty soon, the way it worked before is you drag this thing, you wouldn't see these crosshairs. The thing about not being able to swap, yeah, that's true. You could only move it to a new one, but you couldn't click over here. You had to drag, and it dragged this weird module thing, which granted that module thing is still getting dragged, but at least you can see where this is going to end up. It's very easy to follow this. So I'm going to make that work. Yeah, swapping. You're right. You're right about that. Yeah. Because swapping was already broken. All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. I'll be online tomorrow. I'm hoping it'll be just a normal day and that I won't shortchange you guys. I started late today because of my dental appointment, but I'm also ending a bit early too. So yeah, good progress though. And I'm going to leave you guys with Shanna Quilts. I don't know how long she's streaming for, but doesn't matter. Still hosting her. So take care. See you guys tomorrow, and bye.